Noon Boost with Tony Gwynn Jr.
The thing about criminals like that, they can sniff out a mark.
Chris Ello.
Grab, I got a 20 here. Can I get 5 fives, please?
And Matt Skraby.
I'm not a mark!
Don't blame us for any side effects.
You thrilled our fans throughout the postseason with a great performance.
Gwynn and Chris are ready to go.
And away we do go. Welcome to it on a Thursday from the Odyssey Palace Studios here in San Diego, California. It's a 3-hour edition of Gwynn and Chris. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together today here in San Diego. Tony Gwynn Jr. has the day off, as do the Padres. They are in Pittsburgh. They will begin a series with the Pirates tomorrow. That'll be a, 3:30 start tomorrow, Scrape? You told me earlier, and so I'm just...
It's 6:40 Eastern, so 3:40.
3:40. So we'll have a very short program tomorrow. So we better get, the in-depth stuff out of the way today. I understand that Tyler Wade will be on our show tomorrow as our Friar Friday interview. One of the guys that, has done a terrific job. I mean, you look at Tyler Wade, this guy, they were that close to losing him. And Ben brought it up on the roundtable today, and you'll hear the entire roundtable program, commercial-free hour of Padre talk after we're done at 5 o'clock today. But Ben pointed something out that I hadn't thought about it in this way. But they basically nearly parted with Tyler Wade in order to keep Yuli Gurriel. And because they had to keep Yuli Gurriel, they, by all rights, they should have lost Tyler Wade. You remember when he didn't have any options left to go back to the minor leagues. He was DFA'd by the Padres. That meant that every team in Major League Baseball had a chance to claim him. And I remember you asked me, what do I think will happen with Tyler Wade? And I said, I think he'll get claimed. I mean, what are you going to tell me? The Rockies have 25 players that are better than him? The White Sox? I mean, and many other teams. But nobody picked him up, fortunately, for the Padres. And he decided to stay in this organization. And then when the injuries hit, he came up. I'll tell you what, he's not going back. It'd be stupid to send him back down. He's been so valuable. He's playing a really good people are saying like he's playing a great center field. He's playing fine in center field. I haven't seen any Willie Mays plays yet. But no, he's doing, he's holding his own out there. He's not a liability out there. And, he started batting 9th, then 8th, now 7th, and he's contributing key hits and walks and getting on base and, doing some nice things. In fact, if everybody that came up from AAA had done what Tyler Wade did, I don't think the team would have lost 8 of 11 games and struggled to score a run for, 30 innings? The guys that came up, I said most of them are still up, but Oscar Gonzalez, Tirso Ornelas, et cetera, Connor Joe, these guys kind of look like they belonged in AAA, to be honest with you. But Tyler Wade's a big leaguer. And, I think the Padres, they caught a break on that one. So he'll be on the show tomorrow. Padres end the month of April in pretty good shape, though. All things considered, 19-11. That is still the third best record in all of baseball, right? There's only 2 teams ahead of them. And one of those 2 teams, the Mets, lost earlier today. So, the Dodgers are, got the best record, but only by a game and a half. But this is a key road trip coming up, and I'll tell you why. And again, I'm quoting Ben. I don't know. I better start listening to that morning show a little more often, Skraby.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good show. But he was right to point out the Dodgers on this road trip for them. We know the Padres are going to the Pirates, Yankees, Rockies. Well, the Dodgers are going to Atlanta, and then they get Miami again. And they just swept Miami away, and they're going to sweep them away again next week. So the point being, if you don't have a good road trip here, you're going to fall 4 or 5 games back because, the Dodgers are not going to, muck up a bunch of games against second division teams. Now, the Braves are playing better, but they still don't have Strider. They still don't have Acuna. They're still, a shell of what they could be. So you're unlikely, let's put it that way, you're unlikely to get a lot of help over the next week and a half from the Dodgers losing, which means that you need to win. If you want to keep pace, and I do want to keep pace. I know a lot of people say, well, let's just cede the division to the Dodgers. No, you cede the division to the Dodgers, right? I mean, I'm playing the season out, and let's see how it goes.
I was looking at the schedule because you're saying it's kind of weird that the Dodgers are going to be playing the Marlins in back-to-back weeks. Well, if you look in September, the Padres are going to be playing 7 games against the Rockies between like September 5th and September 13th or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
that's working in the Padres' favor right there.
Right. Look, everybody's got to play everybody. So I'm not trying to say that the Dodgers have a lucky schedule, this, that, and the other. What I'm pointing out is that for right now, it behooves the Padres to have a good road trip.
Yeah, of course.
Because I think the Dodgers are going to have a good road trip. And that's all I'm trying to say there.
No, they have to.
It gets underway tomorrow. Another thing that we talked about on the roundtable, and you're going to, like I said, you'll hear the whole thing between 5 and 6, commercial free. Should the Padres keep Nick Pivetta on schedule in terms of, days between starts and pitch him Sunday in Pittsburgh? Here's why I ask. Because if they pitch him Sunday in Pittsburgh, then Michael King could go Monday in New York against the Yankees on regular rest. But on Tuesday, it would be Dylan Cease's turn. The problem is he would only be on 3 days rest. And there's absolutely no way you're going to pitch Dylan Cease on 3 days rest under any circumstances, maybe ever again. After, how that backfired on the Padres in the NL playoff last year against the Dodgers, right? Yeah. Remember, that was the big decision.
That was.
And they went with Cease for the knockout blow in Game 4, and it didn't work. So he's not going to pitch on 3 days rest Tuesday. So if you do pitch Pivetta Sunday, you'll pitch King Monday. You either have to call up Kyle Hart, you have to call up Stephen Kolek, whoever it is you want, or you have to go with a bullpen day in Yankee Stadium. Now, I don't think that's a terrible thing. Look, the Padres bullpen is great, but
you don't want to tax them.
Well, I get worried about that in bullpen days, because guys are pitching in different roles. They're coming into the game in the first inning and the third inning. I'm not a huge fan of bullpen days. I know it works for the Dodgers, but then again, the Dodgers are good. I mean, their bullpen gets plenty of support, to go out there and relax. I would rather, if I'm going to have a bullpen day, I'd rather do it Sunday in Pittsburgh and then move Pivetta to Monday, King to Tuesday, Cease on regular rest Wednesday. The 3 games against the Yankees, I've got my 3 best pitchers.
I think that's
what I'd like to do.
It kind of stole my thunder from.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not you. But
I don't mean to.
But the idea, because I didn't even think you guys were even in the same realm. I was going to say on the Skraby show tonight, you got to move Pivetta back, get him out of the Pirates series,
right.
Put him into the series that's actually with a winning team that you're playing, and it just sounds so much better to have Cease or King, Pivetta, and Cease.
Or it would be Pivetta, King, Cease. But
Pivetta,
yes,
King,
right.
Cease. But yes,
yeah,
either combination, those 3 guys, I want to see at Yankee Stadium.
Look, you can win 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh, I think, with Vasquez going and Cease going, or Cease first, Vasquez second, in a bullpen day. I think you can still get 2 out of 3. And I think if you go Pivetta, King, and Cease in New York, I think you could get 2 out of 3 there with that pitching rotation.
And then you and I are going to pitch when they go to Colorado.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do when you get to Colorado. And I know people will get, Woodsy's scared to death of the Rockies. And I look, I get it. The Rockies have been trouble for the Padres, and Coors Field has always been trouble. But look, this Rocky team has played 10 series this year. They've been swept 5 times. And that includes at Coors Field a couple times. So the Rockies are so bad, you ought to be able to win all 3 just by showing up. So look, we'll see what they do on the road trip. I'm not suggesting to Mike Schilt. He certainly wouldn't listen to me anyway.
Your line to him isn't working right now, so that's
it never works. I
it never works.
Did you know how the bat phone worked in the in the famous show Batman?
Of course.
All right, in that show, the mayor of Gotham City just had to pick up
Yeah,
the
went
phone.
right
He didn't
to
have to
him.
dial anything.
Went right to
Right.
him.
You picked up, and then the hotline blinked, and Alfred the butler got it and, handed it over. Well, that's how mine's supposed to work with Mike Schilt. Only on my end, I pick it up. Nothing happens
They're
on
like,
the other end.
the Chris Ello phone's ringing again.
The Mike Schultz, Alfred the butler is on not on duty. So yeah, no, Mike's going to do what he does, and there's something to be said also for not switching anything around in overreaction to your opponents.
That's
you
true,
don't.
too.
It's only April. It's only May. Go out there and just pitch what you have.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. That's something they can think about. It's something we thought about. We talked about it on the roundtable today. You'll get all of the roundtable stuff, like I said, between 5 and 6. Our program today will focus much on the Padres and the 19-11 start. I have some numbers about the first 30 games that I think are worthwhile, interesting, maybe even a little stunning. Through 30 games. Yeah. I'll go over them in the next segment. I want everybody, I'm going to give a good segment on this. I want everybody to listen to this stuff and see where we go with it moving forward. All right. So that's going to come up here. Also on the show today, Nick Bacati, who is a play-by-play announcer for MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. We have got to figure out what's wrong with the SDFC.
It's not been very good lately.
Well, they've lost 3 in a row. So,
Sky's falling.
Sky's falling. The soccer fans are livid. Can't you tell? They're running up and down the streets. But no, the team's fallen back to 500, which is still acceptable to me in your expansion season.
Yeah.
10 games into it.
I don't think anybody expected them to win.
Right. They're 4-4-2 or 4-2-4, however you want to look at it. But we'll talk about the MLS. Nate Bacati will be our soccer guest today. We have a little Daily Gambit. We have a little Chris versus the fans. We have a big 5. And we have to blow up the Lakers season because they laid a big fat egg last night in a game that they had to win. We'll discuss that.
Guess what? Tony's not here to talk
Brad,
about
he's never here.
He's never here when we get to trash the Lakers.
He's never here when I could trash the Lakers. But you know what? They were so embarrassing last night that I may hang on to some of this stuff for when he does get here.
Okay.
There's no excuse for losing that game and playing the way they did, other than the fact that, I guess what, they're just not very good. So we'll talk about what happened to the Lakers last night. It's a big night in the NBA playoffs. You got 2 teams trying to stay alive. In the Stanley Cup, you got 4 teams trying to stay alive. So we'll run through all of that. It's a good day to be with us. Happy Thursday to you from Gwynn and Chris.
We all hear.
Crisello, Matt Skraby today in the Odyssey Palace studios. Tony Gwynn Jr. taking a much-deserved rest day, along with the Padres. He's in Pittsburgh, but Tony wasn't feeling 100% this week.
No, he's been struggling.
He's been battling a little bit and working through it. As you know, he's been on all the broadcasts, but he decided a day off would be good for him to try to get back on the beam. So we will soldier on without Tony today. Couple of quick notes on baseball from today. Juan Soto hit a home run.
He did.
So I guess they can leave him alone for like a half an hour in New York.
It was his first City Field, right, as a Met?
I don't know. I haven't done that much.
No, it was his first City Field as a Met.
His first City Field home run at home.
Yes.
Okay, so that is noteworthy. I did not know that was.
It took 30-something games for him to get there.
Well, they haven't played 30 home games.
True.
Right?
That is a good point.
Yeah, thank you.
But you would think that in, like, let's say they've played 14 home games. You would think that he would hit one home run in 14 games.
Well, he didn't. It was only his fourth home run of the season, first in his home park. So anyway, it didn't help. Mets lost to Arizona, and I mean, this is like the same old thing. The NL West keeps on rolling and rolling. The Diamondbacks are in fourth place with a 17-14 record, which is quite tidy, to be honest with you.
Zach Gallen looked great today.
Right, the milkman delivering a little bit. So that was a victory for Arizona. The other couple of notes: Cincinnati Reds bullpen. Now you pointed this one out to me against the Cardinals today. The Reds bullpen, 5 perfect innings.
Mm-hmm.
15 up, 15 down. Apparently, that gives Reds relievers, what'd you say? 35 consecutive batters retired?
Yeah, I think that's what they
for
said.
The bullpen?
Yeah, 35.
That's a perfect game and then some.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. 35 in a row have been retired by the Reds bullpen. That you know who the closer is for the Reds now, don't
they
you?
Just put him in AAA.
No, not him. He's not the closer.
No.
Diaz got sent to the AAA.
It's Taylor Rogers.
No.
Or Tyler Rogers.
No.
Who is it?
It's Emilio Pagan.
I didn't see him today.
He didn't need to pitch today.
Right.
They were up by 8 runs.
Good point.
My point is the closer for the Reds is currently Emilio Pagan, and he's pitching, obviously, as that stat would indicate. He's been lights out.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Emilio because he's one of the better guys we came across.
Remember Pagan Power?
Pagan Power. He tried to will us to the playoffs that year that the season got away. Was it 2021? Yeah. But Emilio never pitched this well for us. So I'm always, a little frustrated when that happens. It does happen. Certain guys, get hot with different franchises. Emilio Pagan's been, before and after the Padres, a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah.
But with the Padres, he got hit pretty good. Anyway, he's their closer, 35 in a row by the Reds bullpen. That is a great streak. The other streak to talk about, Bobby Witt Jr. had a hit or two today, and he's currently working on a 22-game hitting streak, which is noteworthy when you consider that in the last 25 years, quarter of a century worth of baseball, only 11 guys have got to 30. That's not many.
When do you start thinking, okay,
about now I start looking
impressive.
at it. He's halfway to Pete Rose, so I start kind of looking at it now. I mean, like this will be noteworthy to me to check for a week. And then if he gets to 30, then you start really following, I think. But
Bobby Witt Jr. can get a hit every day.
He does seem like the kind of guy that could put something together. I was looking just for fun. The longest hit streak in the history of the Royals. And just to go
to George Brett,
it is not. You would think, right? You would think it is, but just to go show you how hitting streaks can be a little weird. The longest one for the Royals ever, Whit Merrifield.
Oh wow,
yeah, 31 in a row.
Ooh, that's
He's got the Royals record. The Padre record, I think a lot of people know by now because we've mentioned it many times, is not Tony. It's Benito Santiago with 34 in his rookie season of 1987, and look, I mean, it's about the only offensive record in the books that Tony Gwynn doesn't hold. for the Padres. So anyway, a couple of notes there. I do have all these Padre numbers, and I want to give them to you, but I want to, delve into them. So I'm going to save it to the next segment.
Okay.
I'm going to take this segment to rip apart the Lakers. It was embarrassing to me that a team with 2 future Hall of Famers on the roster could come out in a game where you're facing elimination and just be dead as a doornail. They were blown out of the game almost in the first quarter. Minnesota was up by 15 in the first quarter. The Lakers came out so unprepared. The Lakers' strategy in the game defensively was terrible, and it wasn't working, and they never changed it. So if you want to put some of it on the,
you can't, because he won't answer your questions.
Right, I know. He doesn't want to admit that he's inexperienced. But if you want to put some of it on J.J. Redick, if a defense is getting shredded, you have to stop doing it. And what they did,
yeah.
Sorry?
I said you might want to change up your strategy.
Well, at halftime, look, the Lakers decided they weren't going to play a center, okay? So Rudy Gobert was a half foot taller than every player on the floor. That's okay unless your strategy is to not guard him. And what they did is they double teamed every time Ant-Man got the ball. Well, Ant-Man just bounced past it to somebody else, and then they found Rudy Gobert under the basket for a dunk. Rudy Gobert should never have 27 points and 24 rebounds.
I thought about that after the game.
I mean,
he's not an offensive guy.
He's not very good, but he is if he's allowed an uncontested dunk almost every time down the floor.
Yeah, an NBA player is going to make that shot.
So those are a couple things. Those are the most notable ones, but there's other things. Minnesota set an NBA playoff record last night by missing 40 three-point shots. They didn't miss 20. They didn't miss 30. They missed 40.
I didn't realize it was that much.
They shot 7 for 47.
Oh.
They missed 18 in a row in the second half and still won the game.
I did not realize that.
And here's why they won the game. Because Gobert was not guarded, and once Luka got hurt, was gimpy, and he was. So I'm not, I can't totally blame Luka here. He got hurt right at the end of the first half on that foul.
Yeah.
But you cannot, once we see that Julius Randle is taking him to the hole every time in the fourth quarter, you have to switch it. You have to do something different. Luka couldn't stay with him. I don't blame Luka. He was hurt. Randle is too good of a player to just let walk to the rim. And the analytics of the game last night showed that Luka Doncic got blown by on defense. You know what that means, right? You're guarding a guy and he goes right by you to the rim.
Mm-hmm.
He got blown by than any other player in defense in the playoffs this year. So, he couldn't guard him. And again, the Lakers made no changes, and Randle sealed the game by going to the rim time and time again. The coaching was abysmal. The effort was horrible. And 2 Hall of Fame players were both, predictably, completely out of gas by the end of the game. And that goes back to how many minutes LeBron and Luka had to play in the series, because this Laker team, as great as it seemed when they got Luka Doncic, has no depth. And I mean none. They got outscored in the series by 80 points, the Minnesota bench versus the Laker bench. That's it. So, look, Luka, LeBron, wonderful pairing, greatest trade ever made in NBA history. Not yet.
I don't. This goes back to the conversation we had about the Padres catchers this morning.
All right.
Were people expecting them to win the NBA title? I don't think that people were expecting the Lakers. I think that fans would think that they can get there, but I don't think that we ever thought that they were in line for the NBA title this year.
Funny that you should bring that up.
Oh, the bettors, I know.
Because the minute that the trade went from Luka to the Lakers, the odds went from 40-1 to 13-1, and people have lost it all. on the Lakers.
Well, that's their fault.
Well, that is, but I'm answering your claim that nobody thought they would win it all. Apparently, a lot of people thought they were going to win it all because people were betting everything they had. The Lakers were the second choice in the betting to get to the finals behind OKC, and they won one game. So, look, be critical. Look, nobody's going to be critical of the Lakers for getting Luka, but everyone is going to destroy the GM of Dallas for his move here. Again, we don't know what could have happened with Dallas if they had Kyrie and Anthony Davis stayed healthy. We just don't know. But we know what happened with the Lakers, and it wasn't pretty. It just wasn't pretty. And LeBron's going to get another year older. Luka's going to be great, but it's not going to be too much longer before LeBron has to move on. The Lakers have no interior presence at all, and Minnesota completely blew it away.
Minnesota was the better team.
Yeah, not even close.
I'm gonna talk to you about LeBron in the Big Five because he might be the only person in NBA history to play 23 years in the NBA.
Right.
And he has to play next year for that to happen. But it's like, how much do you think he's got left?
I don't know how much he wants to have left. After last night, he needs some time to think. He said so much. Here's the thing, if you're the Lakers. This is LeBron's 7th year with the Lakers. Finish of 7th year.
Time flies.
No kidding. I know. I saw the same thing.
He was just playing for the Cavs, I thought.
In 7 seasons, he's been either not in the playoffs or out in the first round 5 times. That's not too impressive if you're the greatest player in the history of the sport.
I knew that's where you were
which
going.
A lot of people want to say.
I cannot stand that argument anymore. I'm so done with the who's better argument because we'll never come to an answer.
Well, I think it's getting closer to an answer with stats like that.
But Jordan never played at the high level that LeBron's playing when he was. Jordan was bad when he
Jordan is pretty much retired by now. He decided to call it, and we could go to Jordan's final season with Washington. I believe he had a couple of 40-point games in there, but you're right. LeBron's better at this age than Jordan was at this age, but that's the end of the conversation. We got to get a break, Skraby, or you'll get mad. Padre numbers when we come back. Some really interesting and eye-opening stuff to share with you.
And Woods on the Fan.
A better example would be, hey, I need you.
This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frozen Ropes San Diego. Hey, parents! Here's a message from Coach Kurt with Frozen Ropes. Is your child 6 to 12 years old? Our Baseball Summer League is the perfect fit for your players. Starting June 16th through August 17th, Summer League includes 8 practices, 8 games. Go to SanDiegoFrozenRopes.com. That's SanDiegoFrozenRopes.com. Also, tomorrow, tune in to the Manager's Report with Mike Schilt. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on Bennett Woods, the Manager's Report is refreshed by EcoWater SoCal. Try alkaline water for just $9.95 a month. EcoWater SoCal, keeping it soft since 1925. So don't miss 9 a.m. tomorrow on Bennett Woods with the skipper.
Yeah, we'll see where they get in terms of trying to ask him if he's thinking about moving Pavetta back.
I know I tune in because I want to know what questions they asked.
I think they will ask that.
They have to.
I think it's a fair question. I mean, have you thought? All you have to do is say, look, is it something you're thinking about? Moving Pavetta back to the Yankee series.
And he'll never answer.
So that you got a bullpen day against Pittsburgh rather than against the Yankees. Or have you thought about what you're going to do with the number 5 spot? That's all. That's a fair question.
Fair. Yes, definitely
and
fair.
Mike Schilt's fair answer will be, we've kicked it around a little bit, but we don't,
like every other coach in every
Here's
other
the funniest
sport.
thing, though. He knows exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, he's got it planned out. He probably knows what's going to happen 2 weeks from now.
Mike Schilt is not one of the better managers in baseball because this kind of stuff kind of creeps up on him. He doesn't really, go over it.
Yeah.
No, Skrabe, you and I were in the same boat here.
We know.
All right. We got some of these crazy numbers. Padres have played 30 games. 1 month. Well, it's not month. It's more than a month. They started in, what was it, March 23rd, 24th? 27th. Okay. So 30 games are in. So I think that's it's a good sample size. Not the best sample size. I mean, It's 1/6 of the season.
That's a good sample size. Tony, you and Tony have taught me that it's around 100 at bats. You could start taking numbers and applying it to the season.
Well, we're clearly past that.
Yes.
All right, here's some numbers. I'm going to give you the really strange one first. That doesn't mean that much, but it's just weird.
Okay.
And then I'll give you some numbers that actually are applying to their current record.
Okay.
Here's the first part. And I've touched on this a little bit within the last couple of weeks, but I haven't gone this deep into it. Through yesterday's games, I haven't looked at today's scores yet, but it's okay. Everything through yesterday. In Major League Baseball, teams with runners at first and second base have hit 60 3-run homers.
Oh, wow.
6-0. The Padres have had 68 plate appearances with runners at first and second. They've hit none. With runners at first and third, teams in baseball have hit 28 home runs. Padres have had 29 plate appearances. They've hit none. Runners at second and third, teams throughout baseball have hit 23 homers. The Padres with 22 plate appearances have hit none. If you add all that up, there have been 111 3-run homers hit in baseball this year. 111.
That's a lot.
The Red Sox have hit 12 3-run homers themselves. The Padres, in 109 plate appearances, have none. They also only have 4 doubles with 2 guys on. No triples, no homers. What I'm getting to here is that they haven't had that big hit, to bring a few runs in.
And they're still winning.
Right. This is a good part of it. Now let's go to bases loaded, where there's not 2 on, but there's 3 on. With the bases loaded this year, there have been 24 grand slams hit in baseball so far. The Diamondbacks have hit 4.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Slam Arizona.
Slamazona. Yeah.
Slamazona.
Yeah. The Padres have had 28 plate appearances. So this includes walks, but, most at bats plus walks. 28 plate appearances. Padres have hit none. There's no Slam Diego yet this year. And with the bases loaded in those 28 plate appearances, just 1 double, 1 extra base hit.
Which,
again,
a double would clear the bases, right?
Most likely, unless it's a ground rule double, then 2 would come in. But yes, you're right. They haven't had that one where, everybody comes running home. So let's just total this all up. with 2 or more runners on base this year, baseball teams 135 home runs in those situations. The Padres are zip for 137 tries.
I don't even know what to make
weird.
of that.
I don't either, but I think what you said is a pretty solid way to look at it, actually. They're still winning without that happening.
Yeah.
And that is actually a good thing, because I've got to believe that it's going to start happening eventually, just by happenstance. Somebody's going to hit a 3-run homer. I mean, we're, going into May now.
Yeah.
So, and a 3-run homer is a game-winning type of play. A grand slam is a game-winning type of play. Again, you can lose a game and hit a 3-run homer, but it's a lot harder to lose a game when you get a 3-run homer or a grand slam in that game.
Now, do you think, here's what also comes to mind. Do you think that the Padres' approach this year has created it so that they're not hitting 3-run homers?
I think the approach is part of it, and I think that's a very good point by you.
I'm on it today, Chris.
Well, we're 241. It's 241. You still have time to turn it around.
Plenty of time.
Yes, but so far, no. Victor Rodriguez and the Padres, hitting philosophy is line drives into the gaps, especially at Petco Park. So I think that has something to do with it. One last thing on this. The Padres are the only team in baseball that doesn't have a 3-run homer. Everybody's got at least one.
Even the Rockies?
The Rockies, I think, have a grand slam, but they one of those.
Wow.
Yeah, even the Rockies.
You can't
have
be pacing behind the Rockies.
They are. And total, for our knowledge, the Padres have hit 26 home runs this year.
Yes, 26.
19 solo, 7 with one man on. And they're still 19-11 despite that weird stat. I think that's pretty impressive, honestly.
That's
and I
really
think you're bringing
impressive.
up a good point. But something to just, I don't know. I like this kind of stuff. I don't like the way it happened to the Padres. But this kind of stuff is fun to me. Because baseball can be so weird sometimes for no real apparent reason. I think that's what category this falls under. 135 such occurrences this year, and none by the Padres. That is crazy.
Well,
to me.
And I think we also have to keep in mind, as we have all season, that Jackson Merrill's not been in the lineup, Jake Cronenworth's not been in the lineup, and I know those two guys would have hit a few home runs. Jackson Merrill definitely would have hit a few home runs. So, and Manny hasn't been hitting home runs. Xander Bogaerts just got his first home run the other day.
Manny's still trailing Luis Ariz.
He's gonna have to catch up someday.
Manny is that's got to drive him a little crazy, by the way. Padres with their 26 home runs, to give you an idea where it's down very near the bottom. There's a couple teams beneath them. The Yankees have 53.
Yeah, the Yankees are ridiculous.
The Dodgers have 50. So you're trying to keep up with a team in the Dodgers that has twice as many home runs as you do.
But the Dodgers have one less loss than the Padres?
Yeah, you're only a game and a half behind them.
So it doesn't matter if you're hitting 50 home runs if you can't pitch.
The Dodgers can pitch, although most guys are hurt. Anyway, that's that crazy part. And we'll just hope, keep it in the back of our minds. When somebody finally hits a 3-run homer, we can celebrate.
Everybody's going to think of you, Chris.
I know
I will. That's the first thing I'll think of.
Thank you. All right, now here's some numbers that I think are contributing to wins and losses directly. And this isn't going to be earth-shattering information, but I think once you hear it, you're going to be like, holy cow, I did not realize it was that drastic of a difference. And here it is.
Hit me with it.
It has to do a little with the fact you haven't hit a 3-run homer.
Okay.
And it has to do with the fact you haven't hit a grand slam. Without those two things, the only way you can score runs is to get hits with runners in scoring position. You have to, right?
Yep.
If you're not doing that, then you're not going to be scoring much because you're not getting the long ball with men on base. Even a 2-run homer, you've only done that 7 times. So here's how drastic it is. In the Padres' 19 wins this year, they are 51 for 169. a 302 batting average with runners in scoring position in their 19 wins. Here it is, though. In their 11 losses, 9 for 71. That is 127 batting average. The difference between winning and losing is 302 to 127.
So how can they find the middle and win some of those games that they've been losing?
I don't know. Again, this is another crazy statistic, runners in scoring position. How do you quantify it? Are you going to honestly tell me that these guys are, not clutch? There's so many things that go into it. I think there's a certain amount of luck to having a streak where you get runners in scoring position. The 2 games against the Giants, they were 9 for 17.
That's over 50%.
Yes, of course they won those 2 games. Right?
Yeah.
And then, prior to that, they couldn't get a hit with runners in scoring position while they lost a lot of games. I just think it's interesting that in this day of analytics and StatCast and Eno Saris and I'm not poking fun at Eno. He's a brilliant baseball guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in all of these guys that are brilliant baseball guys and statisticians and computer geeks, and everything that goes in, that what are some of the other pages you like? Fangraphs.
Yeah, Fangraphs, BAPIP,
right.
all that
Look
stuff.
at all this stuff.
Sabermetrics.
Yeah, there you go. It comes down to runners in scoring position, which is you don't need a computer to figure that out at all. It's right there in front of your eyes every game. And when they're good at it, they win. And when they're bad at it, they lose. Period. End of story.
So as someone who is sitting outside of the organization, I guess if I'm Mike Schill, I'm going to task someone with finding why we're doing this.
I don't know what you can do other than tell your guys, hey, we got to get these hits with scoring. But look, they're trying. We know that. It's weird. Starting pitching also is a big deal. And it's bigger than I think we think. In the wins, starters are 13-0 with a 2.33 ERA, which is brilliant. In the losses, starters are 0-9 with a 6.61.
So that means that they're giving up the lead early.
Right. You got to your starting pitching has to be good. Every team knows that, but that's putting it in numbers for you. The starters' ERA is 4.5 runs higher when they lose as it is when they win. The bullpen is brilliant either way. 1.34 in the wins, 2.40 in the losses. So you can never blame the bullpen for anything so far this season.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's some numbers to chew on. People say, Chris, what do you do in your spare time?
There it is.
There it is. This is what I do. I look this stuff up.
I got to say that we talked so much about runners in scoring position a couple years ago that this doesn't seem like it's that bad.
Right. But it does. Are you a little surprised, though, at the 302 versus 127?
It shouldn't change that much. I get why those numbers are so different because you're losing the game and you're not driving runs in.
Right.
But what changes from day to day?
Yeah.
Like, is it just circumstances where you got a pitcher on the mound, the right guy facing the right guy?
I'm pretty sure Tony would tell me just, live with it. It's baseball. But I agree with you. I think if I brought this to Mike Schilt, right, this sheet, and showed him this, first of all, he might already know it. But if he doesn't know it, I think so that he doesn't make me feel like I'm having an effect on him, he'd crumble it up and throw it away. But when I left the room, I think he'd fish it out of the trash can.
Possibly. And
he'd look at it and he'd go, is there anything we can do, to improve this or change it and get this, on our side? I don't know that there is because I don't have any suggestions for it right now.
So we can't say that they're swinging for the fences because they're not. They're
right.
They're hitting balls that are being given to them by pitching.
We're very clear on that. Yes, they're hitting line drives. They're going left to right.
So is it? Could it be that they just had? I think was it Paul today in the round table that said the Padres and the Chihuahuas on the same team? Like they basically had a AAA team. Is that part of it?
Yeah, but the AAA guys also hit 302 in the wins. Anyway, all right, we'll keep our eye on that. Yes. What's the question? And I'll see what I can do with it.
Not Grail. He's not listening.
Yuli's not listening.
No. I wonder if there's a stat for percent of time we score a runner from third base when we have 0 or 1 out. That would help
There is.
Okay.
But you got to find it on StatCast or Fangraphs
So it's runner on third
with less than 2 outs.
with less than 2 outs.
Right.
Let me try to figure this
Or
out.
I'll try to, you know what? I'll try to find that as well. But I don't, it would be, what is interesting in runners on third, because what they're saying is we don't do it enough. You'd like to believe that it's 100% of the time you get a runner in from third with less than 2 outs, but you just don't. And in baseball, I bet it's 50 to 60% of the time that it happens. Why? Because throughout baseball, teams strike out a lot now, right?
Yeah.
And if you strike out a lot,
Doesn't do anything.
you don't get it. I can't find it.
I'm not finding it quick
No,
enough
I'm on
either.
MLB.com, and I called up team hitting and runners on third with less than 2 outs, and it says no results. Wait, what am I doing wrong?
Runners on. Oh, wait.
you get
Oh, okay. Here we
You
go.
got it? Okay. What do you
Less
got?
than is this way, right?
Less than, you know how you tell less than?
You eat the bigger.
No.
Or when I was in school, they always taught me.
They taught you wrong. Here's
to
how you know.
eat.
No, here's how you know. Less than is in the shape of an L, which stands for the word
Oh.
less.
Okay.
So if it's in the shape, if it's a backward L, then it's the
I
other
would have
way.
gone to Harvard if I learned it that way.
Right. I know. See, I'm helpful on this stuff.
They're on third, runners on third, less than 2 outs. They have 52 at bats, and they are hitting 269.
How many runs have they scored?
33 RBIs.
33 RBIs and how many at bats?
52.
That's pretty good. It's over 60%.
There's 36 runs that have scored.
Okay. So you've got 36 runs in and 52 at bats.
If you go to on third with 2 outs, 236 with 19 runs scored.
Yeah, well, that's third.
Yeah,
We're looking for
obviously.
runners on third, less than 2 outs. That's what you came up with there. So they're a little better than 60%. Where do they rank against everybody else?
Ooh, I have to.
You'd have to
look
look
at that in a
that
different
part up.
way.
Yeah, for whatever reason, MLB.com is not allowing me to sort by runners on third with less than 2 outs. I don't know why. It's a category here, but it's not showing up. So,
Oh yeah, it is a category.
yeah, I don't know why they're not letting me read it to you, but I don't have it. But go to MLB.com. Where'd you go? StatCast or somewhere?
I went to Baseball Reference.
Yeah.
But I'm going to see if I
We'll
can
keep
get
looking
this.
to try to get more info, but it's probably around 60%, which I think is pretty close to the league average. But I know what you're saying. There's a frustration that goes with getting a runner to third and not getting him in with less than 2 outs.
Yeah, because it's just like they're so close. They're right there.
Well, you don't even have to get a hit. That's the thing. A fly ball will get him in.
I'm getting the same thing. No results.
No results.
Yep.
Yeah. So for some reason, MLB.com's not allowing
Nobody
us.
is hit with a runner on third in less than 2 outs this year. That's what it's telling me, Chris.
Right. It hasn't happened yet
Yep,
in
that's why it
baseball.
says no results.
There's no results for that at all. All right. There's some
Good
numbers.
numbers.
Well, look, I'm not a numbers geek like a lot of people,
You're a better numbers
but I'm a
geek
little,
than I am.
I'm a little different kind of numbers geek.
I agree
So these
with
are the
that.
things that I came up with. We'll see what happens going forward as far as,
Now I'm really curious about this, and I'm trying to
the runners
find
in
it.
third with 2 outs.
Yes,
Well, you did. You came up with it. 52
But I
at
want to see
bats,
what it
and they've
against the
scored
league.
36 runs.
I want to see.
Oh, you want to
against
see what the
league.
rest of the league is doing.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll keep looking.
We'll try to get that for everybody. I think we're coming up on a break. We're really close to the top of the
Yes, we
hour.
are.
We have our daily gambit coming up. There are some big games tonight in NBA. The Pistons and the Clippers will be looking to stay alive in Game 6. In the Stanley Cup tonight, Ottawa, Minnesota, Colorado, and the Kings all looking to stay alive tonight. Game 6 is all over the place. We'll take a look at them when we come back on Gwynn and Chris. Day. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together in our Odyssey Palace studios. Tony Gwynn Jr., despite what might be a popular belief out there that he's just in mourning because his Lakers were slammed out of the playoffs last night by Minnesota. He planned on taking today off to try to feel a little better. He's been a little under the weather the last week or so, been working his butt off. So he's resting comfortably in Pittsburgh, or as you like to say now, the Pit. Isn't that your new favorite show?
Yes, I love that show.
Scraby's a big recommendation on this.
Love it.
Where's it on, Netflix or
HBO Max?
HBO Max.
It's it's I gotta say it's intense.
You're enjoying this
for
show.
me.
Yes.
For me, someone who loves intense stuff.
Yeah,
it's intense.
You've been going on and on about it. Speaking of the Lakers, I kind of ripped them apart in the first hour. JJ Redick spoke today. The end of the season press conference, as it were.
Yes.
JJ Redick said, I hope this isn't the first thing he said. And so I don't, this is maybe not in the right context, because I think it's kind of blaming other stuff.
Okay.
But he says, I think we got to get in a lot better shape.
He did say that.
Yeah. He said, we have a ways to go as a roster. Certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape, but there are other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately, is we have to get in championship shape. Now, to say that is, first of all, to not necessarily acknowledge the fact that you officially now did not do a good job managing this roster by sitting everybody on the bench when you're admitting that your guys aren't in shape. Right? Like, if you know they're not in shape, seems like they'd need more rest, not less. Right?
Yes.
Do you not agree with me there?
I do agree with you there.
So
I kind of think the media just wants to do the gotcha thing with JJ Redick because he is such a fiery human being.
Yes, he'll fire back at you, and
then your little question will make the rounds in the viral videos.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. The other thing when you say this quote is that people are going to think of Luka. Why? Because when he was traded from Dallas, that was the rumor that he's not in shape. So is JJ Redick referring to him or not?
Well, we'll talk about that in the Big Five, but
all right.
I preview. He's got to be.
Well, we'll find out.
He's not talking about LeBron. He wouldn't take that shot at LeBron.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going here.
I mean, if Luka's just not in shape, then he might be one of the best athletes in the world because he's one of the greatest
Just
basketball
think how
players.
good he could be if he was in shape.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
A lot of people wish they could do that.
Yeah, but in the fourth quarter, there went Julius Randle driving by him like he was a stationary traffic cone.
Yeah,
I mean, they should have put Luka in an orange uniform. He looked,
he would have been great.
Yeah, he looked just like one of those things.
Oh, that's what he was. He was outside this.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
God, nothing. The light.
Something fell over.
My beauty light just fell.
Oh, your beauty light? Well, you know what? Mine's not on, which is the way I like it. So I shouldn't even point that out.
That was interesting.
You okay there?
I think so.
These beauty lights kind of crack me up. They came into being when Annie worked here.
I think
Annie was a fan of the beauty lights, and now all of us have beauty lights. And people like me don't really feel like not that I don't need one.
It's not called a beauty light. I call it a beauty light. It's called a ring light. But yes, we needed it because my face in this room,
a little not bright enough.
No, with the angle of the light, makes me look like a troll.
All right. So. Well, let's leave it at that and go into today's Daily Gambit. It sounds like an excellent transition.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. Let's get through some of the bets we made on Tuesday. Indiana -8 over Milwaukee. Chris and I chose Indiana. Tony chose the Bucks. Indiana won, but they only won by 1 point, so we lose the bet. Knicks.
Thank you, Giannis.
Yes.
Very Luka-like defense on that last play.
Giannis answered the parking cone. That's what his new name is.
Yeah.
This is a great joke. Knicks.
No, it's pretty good, actually. I like that one for you. I'll
Knicks
give you that.
-5.5 over the Pistons. You chose the Pistons. Tony and I chose the Knicks, but the Pistons won outright 106-103. So you win that one. Boston -11.5 against the Magic. Tony and I took the Magic. You took the Celtics. Boston destroyed them 120-89. So the Magic are bounced. Clippers -1.5 against Denver. We all chose the Clippers. Denver won by 16, 131-115.
Other than Kawhi, who was brilliant in that game, the Clips laid a big-time egg, and they need to make up for it tonight, or they're going to be done as well.
Kawhi Leonard, 35 over under 35.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. All of us went over. He had 20 points, 9 rebounds, 11 assists, which makes 40, which we win the bet. Giants -1.5 over the Padres on Tuesday night. We all know that the Padres won 7-4.
And
we
we
all
all
chose
took
the Padres.
Yeah.
And then who had more strikeouts, Zach Wheeler or Mackenzie Gore? You guys went Gore. I went Zach Wheeler. Wheeler had 7. Gore had 6.
Do you know that those are the top 2 strikeout guys in baseball right now?
I knew that Gore was up there, but
Yeah,
I
Wheeler's
haven't really
number 2.
been seeing what Zach Wheeler's been
Wheeler's number 2. All right, so for the week, you are 7-7. I'm 7-7. So it'll be all decided right here, Skrabe. Tonight, Game 6, Detroit at home, trying to stay alive, -1.5 against the Knickerbockers. I'll go first here. I think the Knicks are going to wrap it tonight. But Detroit is giving them everything they want.
Yes.
And the Knicks, but they should have the experience in a game like this to close it out. Very difficult. Pistons survived once. I don't think they survive again. I'll take the Knicks. What about you?
My immediate thought was Pistons, so I'll stick with it.
All right, Pistons go to Game 7, you say. Clippers -6.5 at home over Denver. Again, we just talked about it. Clippers were terrible in Game 5. Weren't even really in the game. Denver, people give up on this team like I do with Jokic, no defense, etc. But Jamal Murray was unstoppable in Game 5.
I'm going to go Clippers.
Clippers.
They're at home.
That's a lot of points, but I got to
It
say
is.
the Clippers have to show up tonight. This would be a tremendous disappointment if the Clippers don't even get to a Game 7 in the first round. This is a team that most people, they played better than anyone in the second half. Kawhi's healthy, everything's there, and if they go out tonight, it's going to be very Clipper-like. Which game?
Tony will be happy.
Yeah, he would be. Which game scores more points total?
Okay. Oh, the Pistons and the Knicks or the Clippers and Denver?
Right, I go first. Clippers and Denver score more points than the Knicks and Pistons do, I say.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
You agree there. All right. Jokic or Cade Cunningham. Separate games, but 2 great all-star players. Who scores more points tonight?
I think that I'm going to go with Cunningham since I went with Detroit.
Cunningham. I'm going to go with Cunningham because I bet on Cunningham 20 times this year, and he won for me every time.
Well, that's a good way. That's a good reason to have him. As a
All right, I put this in every day because it's the gimme.
the Rocks?
San Francisco at home, -1.5 over the Rocks. I'm taking San Francisco, and I will do this all season long. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. Go ahead. Who do you like? You got a funny feeling on the Rockies again?
Not in San Francisco. It's too big of a ballpark.
Yeah, they're
I'm
terrible.
going to go Giants.
Giants. Here's why I think you, and I don't know if I'm onto something here, but we all kind of agree that the Rockies are going to be at least similar to the White Sox of last year, if not worse, but at least pretty bad.
Yeah.
I looked this up. Last year, the White Sox won 41 games. There were 13 other games that they lost by only 1 run, which means that they in this scenario, they would have won 54 times for you.
Okay.
But they would have lost 108 times for you.
Okay.
If you bet $1,100 to win 100, which is the standard bet on the White Sox every game last year, you would have lost $12,000.
Oh, man.
And I think people bet more than that.
Yes.
So if you bet on the White Sox every game last year, you're down $12,000.
I really hope no one is betting on the White Sox or the Rockies.
Well, what I'm thinking is, though, you could bet on the other side and you'd win $12,000.
Yeah, but then
that's what I'm thinking.
I feel like I'm the guy, though, that's going to have the Rocky. I'm going to put a large amount down on the Giants, and then the Rockies are going to win like 3 games.
You have to be consistent and just go, against the Rockies all year. And, if they win a couple, you suck it up. All right. Edmonton -1.5. Kings go all the way to Edmonton after losing 3 games in a row, and they got to save their season. Edmonton has eliminated the Kings each of the last 3 years.
Wow.
Trying to make it 4 straight years.
I wonder how the NHL feels about going to that small town of Edmonton.
Oh, God, yeah, right. Don't send any announcers up there.
No, they're not.
Who do you like here? Do the Kings stay alive, or does Edmonton wrap it up?
No, Oilers.
The oil. You're going with the oil.
I'm going with the oil.
You don't ever do this, but I'm betting with my heart. Come on, Kings.
Wow.
Please. Bring it back to La La Land for a Game 7. All right, there's our daily gambit. We'll see how everything turns out tonight. And when we return, one of my favorite segments of each week now is this weekly visit we get with one of these announcers from MLS Season Pass on Apple TV.
Yes.
Every one of these has been fun.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like I'm learning a lot about soccer and SDFC, and I hope you are as well. Nate Bacati is today's guest, and he's next after traffic on Gwynn and Chris. Hi, welcome back to it. 3:18 is the time. Looking forward to talking a little, not football. I'm going to talk football. SDFC dropped 3 in a row, falling kind of into the middle of the pack here in the Western Division of the MLS standings. SDFC back to work this weekend, taking on FC Dallas. Dallas has about the same record as SDFC does. They are 4-3 with 3 draws. SDFC is 4-4 with 2 draws, so almost the same records. They'll play this weekend at Snapdragon Stadium. And joining us to talk a little MLS in a moment. He's not here yet?
No, he's here. Nate Bucati is with us.
Okay, Nate Bucati, play-by-play announcer, MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. This is an interview that I look forward to every week. Nate, we appreciate you jumping in today and talking a little soccer with us. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you? It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on. I think our soccer fans here want to know what's wrong with our team. And, I don't know that that's fair necessarily. I mean, I think they got off to a start that was a little surprising to people. I don't know if they're coming back to earth. They played some, decent competition. They had to travel cross country and back, but they have dropped 3 in a row. So how do they get out of this?
It's that's one of the toughest things when you're doing what I do, which is, parachute from one town to the next and,
yeah, right.
Try to spend the week getting to know a team that you haven't actually called a game for all year, as well as you guys know them. And then to diagnose what's wrong with them would be kind of silly on my part. But I will tell you, I did get a chance. We as broadcasters got a chance to talk to Mikey today. And certainly that was the tenor of most of the questions that we had for him. And, it was funny because I've been covering Major League Soccer professionally for 10 years. I live in Kansas City. And my experience has always been that, and I said this to Mikey, unless you're going to win the Supporter Shield, you're going to have a stretch where you really suffer in this league. It's just, there's so much parity, and so much is dependent on whether or not you stay healthy, whether or not you're in good form, all those types of things. And everybody goes through a rough stretch. And he corrected me and said, you're going to have more than one rough stretch in a season, not just one. And I said, oh, fair enough. And what he did say was, he said that, look, his expectations before the season was to try to compete for a playoff spot in the first year of a club. I think that's a good goal. And he said after they got off to the hot start, people started asking him if he was changing his expectations. And he said, we're still trying to compete for a playoff spot. So I think he was very aware that it wasn't going to just be sunshine and roses all year long. I look back to, St. Louis guys a couple of years ago when they started, and they had an incredibly hot start to the league, and they weren't able to maintain it for the entire season. I still think their first year was a wild success by finishing first place in the West. But it's a tough gig in this league. So I didn't answer your question in terms of how do you fix what's going on, but certainly they've hit one of those rough stretches right now. We can get into the issues if you guys want to about, what the problems are right now. But I think that's kind of the big picture of it is don't freak out.
Yeah.
I think the league's adjusting a little bit too. They didn't know what to expect from this team, right? To start the season.
That's a good point.
You make some adjustments. You try to take away what they're good at. Now you see if San Diego can adjust back.
We're talking to Nate Bucati, play-by-play announcer for MLS Season Pass on Apple TV, and you are a former radio guy from what my research told me. Is that correct? 8:10 a.m. in Kansas City?
Yeah, I still kind of pop on with the guys a couple times a week, but yeah, I hosted the morning show in Kansas City for 17 years.
Wow.
So yeah, did my fair share of talk radio for sure.
Well, then you set me up for the question, which is what's going on with the SDFC right now?
Yeah, so, well, listen, one of the things about talk radio that I never was a huge fan of was when I would sit there and pretend I knew more about the team than the coach did himself. Because as we all know, we're not in the training sessions. We don't know what the dynamics are behind the scenes. But I do think I'm comfortable saying this, even just talking with Mikey Veras about it. And I've talked to some of the other coaches in the league that have now played against San Diego. I just did the Charlotte game last weekend, coming off of their game against San Diego. And I think that teams have realized that you can't let San Diego play through the middle of the field. they'll cut you open if you do. And so teams have started to clog up the middle of the field and force them to play in a different way. I think San Diego has tried recently to play a little more direct in response to that, trying to figure out where the spaces are in the field. And I think, again, that's part of the adjustment. But another thing that you'll see in this league, guys, I admire San Diego because they want to play. Being in Kansas City, I'm colored by that because Sporting Kansas City always had that same mentality. They wanted to dictate the terms of the game, particularly at home. They felt like they owed it to their fans to put together an entertaining style of play and to tell the other team how this game's going to be played. And so they wanted to play with the ball. I saw a lot of teams that figured out if you can make yourself really difficult to break down, if you can mess things up in the middle a little bit and invite a team like that forward, you're going to have your opportunities to hit on the counterattack when they're not as organized defensively as they need to be. And especially if they don't have elite recovery type defenders to deal with it, you can get yourself in trouble. So I know those transition moments are a major point of emphasis for San Diego right now. And look, the lack of consistency on the back line. I mean, Mikey told us that he's still kind of trying out to see what the best combination is of players on the back line. That's a tough spot to be in when you're giving up transition opportunities, right?
Yeah.
So I think, you put those things together, it's a work in progress, and we'll see how they can sort those out as the season goes on.
Nate, one of the things I've kind of learned doing these interviews week to week with all the different broadcasters from MLS is what you just said, that SDFC plays a kind of a fun, open type of game. They invite, some offense and they're not just packing it in, they're attacking, they want the ball, etc. And what early in the season, it was working in the sense they gave up 6 goals in their first 7 games total. But in the last 3 games, they've given up 3, 3, and 3, which is 9, obviously. So that attacking style has hurt them in the regard of teams seem to, as you said, maybe figuring out how to counterattack them and kind of led to, their defense not being the same as it was at the beginning.
Yeah, I think that we saw it. I use that analogy again of St. Louis. The way that they decided to play when they started was that New York Red Bull style of car crash, 100 miles per hour, put everybody under pressure. We want to score within 2 passes type of play. And they got a lot of turnovers early. They had teams panicking a little bit, struggling to play through it. Then once teams kind of figured it out, they had a tougher time executing that game plan the rest of the way. So I do think that there's a little bit of that adjustment to the adjustment. One of the things I've seen in the league, guys, too, is a lot of coaches figure out that if you want to make it to the playoffs, let's just say that's what you want to do. You just want to make the playoffs. You want to be a good competitive team. You can do that in this league by just making yourself tough to beat. If you can be organized defensively, don't give up very many goals, and nick a set piece here and there, keep yourself in every game, you're going to win enough and draw enough games that you can get yourself into the postseason. You can even finish in the top 4 and be a playoff team. The harder part is then, okay, now you've done that. We saw Nashville do that when they came into the league. I think we saw Charlotte do that last year. Then they tried to add that next component of, okay, now let's get good in the attack because, okay, we can make the playoffs, but we can't really win a trophy unless we have elite, level attacking prowess as well. And that component's a little harder to add. I think it takes bravery to do what San Diego and other teams that are trying to play this more progressive style want to play. I think it takes some bravery because you can get burned, as you've seen over the last 3 games. It can bite you, especially against these teams that have decided we're going to be organized, we're going to be tough to break down, and we're going to hit you on the counter. You can leave yourself hanging out a little bit. And so I hope San Diego sticks with it. Obviously, they got to sort some things out. And listening to Mikey Barris talk, I don't think there's any chance that they're not contemplating some massive overhaul in the system.
Good.
Like he said, look, this and I thought this was really interesting. And you guys have probably already heard this stuff, but for somebody like me that's kind of getting caught up on San Diego in depth for the first time, that the whole right to dream process. He said, look, the great thing is that this system isn't my system. This is the organization's system. This is bigger than me. So if one of the guys on the team, for example, doesn't like the way we're doing it, he's got bigger issues than me. He's got issues with the club. And for the record, he's very adamant that there's nothing like that there's a collective buy-in right now. The guys aren't panicking. They're not going to just second guess everything that they're doing. But it does mean you got to, okay, what are the problems that we're facing here? What's being taken away from us? And again, we just keep going back to it. That transition defending is going to be the number one thing. Making sure, because you're going to give the ball away sometimes when you're in the attack.
Right.
You've got to have that proactive defending and be organized so that when you do give it away, you're not in a bad position. And also that counter press, I think that can be a real weapon for San Diego when you do give the ball away and you're in the attacking third, that you win it right back as the other team's starting to spread themselves out. That's a great way to come up with things. So I think if they can shore some of those things up, I think they'll start getting results again.
I'll tell you what, Nate, great stuff. Really enjoy it. Like I said, every week I learn a whole bunch of new stuff.
I just sit back and listen
about the football. Look, and I'm taking a little of the credit because when we had Mikey Varas on in the offseason, I stupidly asked him, why can't we have some 7-5 games? And he laughed at me and he said, that just doesn't happen in soccer. But I think to that point, San Diego has been willing to open things up and be willing to put some goals up and give up some goals. And I think that's a smart strategy for an expansion franchise. We want some fun, wide open soccer. And the fans here have been loving it. Have a good call Saturday. Appreciate you joining us so much. And hopefully we talk to you down the road.
Anytime, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Very good. Nate Bucati, play-by-play broadcaster, MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. The San Diego FC taking on FC Dallas Saturday and trying to snap a 3-game losing streak.
Yes.
Haven't won in a month, Skraby. I don't know how these fans are holding up out there, but I wish them the best.
Listeners like me because I'm very transparent. And I wanted to ask a question, but I already asked a terrible question, and so I got too much in my head about it. But I wanted to ask him, and I didn't really know how to put this in a clear and concise way. But like in baseball, losing 3 games doesn't matter. In football, losing 3 games might be your season. In the MLS, what is it? Losing 3 games, is it no big deal? Is it kind of a deal, or is it a huge deal?
Well, I think it's got to be a deal, but you're playing 34 matches in the season. NFL's 17?
Yes.
So half the season in the NFL, 3 losses.
So you could lose 6, I guess.
No,
in the
if
MLS?
you lose 6, you're going to be
because that would make
okay. That's the same.
Yeah, because 3 games in the NFL, you lose 3 in a row, you might be done for the year.
It's about half the punishment, I think, in the MLS.
Okay. All right.
Which is how I would answer it.
Well, that's a good answer.
Thank you.
I like Neil Bucati or Nate Bucati.
Are we doing we're doing a little 30-mile zone. There are a million, stories.
We have to talk about a really sad one, Chris. I'm going to force us to talk about it.
All right, but there's some other fun stuff, I hope, in 30 zone.
There's fun stuff, but we have to talk about the fan in Pittsburgh.
How about the John Elway thing? That's another one.
It's in there as well. It's in there as well.
Quite sad.
Yeah, actually, this is going to be a really sad 30-mile zone. Sorry, everybody.
Well, there's things we have to talk about, so we'll get to it next.
Ben and
Back 3:37 is the time. Appreciate Nate Bucati giving us a little look-see at the struggles of San Diego FC, our soccer squad, football squad. Back in action Saturday against FC Dallas.
We were scolded on the chat, Chris.
For what?
First thing we need to learn is they're matches, not games.
Whatever.
That's my thoughts exactly.
Snapdragon Stadium with a beautiful green grass field. Oh, God, they're pitches. I know. They're pitches.
How could you?
I know.
How could you?
Yeah, I know. Quick note before we get to the 30-mile zone. Dodgers talked about their pitching woes in terms of injuries.
Yes.
Today, the Dodgers send two of their best relievers to the 60-day injury list.
Uh-oh.
Both Blake Trinan and Michael Kopech are go from 15 to 60. So, those are two pretty key members.
Oh, yeah. Blake Trinan, definitely.
Kopech was pitching 8th, 9th inning last year as well in the playoffs. Dodgers pick up former bullpen guy J.P. Fireisen. He had most recently been with Arizona. They let him go. Dodgers last year. He's back with the Dodgers. Dodgers also acquired young pitcher Ryan Ludus from St. Louis. Future considerations type deal. Anyway, that's what's new with the Dodgers. Padres, no word on whether Jackson Merrill would be back tomorrow. That'll be another question I'm sure you can hear the answer to or non-answer to when Ben and Woods visit with the manager, Mike Schilt,
tomorrow 9 a.m. Thank you to EcoWater.
At 9 a.m.
I don't have a good feeling about it for this weekend at least.
Okay, well.
I think they can hold him out of the Pirates series, and then they'll bring him back at Yankee
I honestly
Stadium.
think I don't have a good or bad feeling about it. I think it's going to come out of the blue. The Padres are not going to, I don't think, just judging by the way the Padres do things, I don't think the same way they didn't make it too clear that he was going to be going on the injured list, right? Remember originally, he's out a day or two, maybe we got to go rest. Yeah, we're staying ahead of it.
He'll be back by Houston.
It's no biggie. Well, the same way they did that is the same way they'll bring him back. I don't think they're going to say, I think another day or two and Jackson will be back. I just think he's going to be back. So I'm going to, I am going to keep my fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Me too. I will be
Pittsburgh.
watching my fantasy lineup because I'm desperately need Jackson Merrill back.
Speaking of Padres center fielders, Tyler Wade will be our Friar Friday guest tomorrow. It is a short program from about 2 to 2:30, so don't miss it.
Yes.
Tomorrow, if you're late, it's going to be too late.
You'll be listening to the game.
All right. Today's schedule, we're on till 5. Then a replay of this morning's Padre Roundtable. 1 hour of commercial-free Padre talk. Followed at 6 o'clock tonight by the Skraby Chronicles. Matt Skraby will have you from 6 to 7 tonight.
Yes.
Right now, we check some traffic, and then we head on into the 30-mile zone.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Eliminate Termite, the orange oil experts. Got a collision on westbound King Freeway near the 805. It's over to the right shoulder. Possible injuries there. Also, a traffic alert for a brush fire. You'll see some traffic control centered around the 78th and San Felipe Road. Have termites? Eliminate Termite inspects, treats, and repairs termite damage, all with a full structural warranty. Their orange oil treatment is safe for people, pets, and the planet. No tent, no move out. Protect your home naturally. Schedule a free inspection at eliminatetermite.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
If you don't know your sports gossip, can you really call yourself a sports fan? It's time to bring together sports and celebrity gossip. We call it the 30-mile zone, mainly so we don't get sued by the real company. On 97.3 The Fan.
All right, 30-mile zone, as you heard, is our sports gossip segment here on Gwynn and Chris.
Just a real quick note.
Yeah.
You, today, are turning into me.
Why?
Well, you knocked down the
I did.
The light earlier. Now
Yes.
you're, sneezing during the intro.
Well, at least
those
the
are the kind of
microphones
things.
are off.
True, but those are the kind of things I usually do.
My mom's going to hate me for this.
Uh-oh.
I'm starting to sneeze like my mom. which is extremely loud and boisterous. She's going to hate me for this.
I have a question out. This is not going to concern your mom.
She's going to hate me.
All right, leave it alone. Let your mama go. Here's my question to you before we get to the 30-mile zone. What is more annoying to you out there? Not you, but everybody.
Okay.
Somebody who sneezes extremely loud, or somebody that barely even goes, achoo, achoo. Because there's people who do that as well. What's more annoying?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean, right?
I
people
do.
that go, achoo.
Yeah, it's like, oh, do.
Yeah. What's more annoying?
I think that's more annoying.
That?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I also find really loud and boisterous
sneeze.
sneezes. I find them really annoying as well.
They're not great, but we all sneeze. It happens. So let it go. I say.
Gonzo says
cover your mouth and cover, take those necessary precautions, but sneeze.
I used to plug my nose when I would sneeze. For some reason,
that created
as a kid, you could break a rib. You could do some bad things. Sneezes you can be seriously injured.
Pretty much.
During a sneeze.
I think you can look it up. Sammy Sosa famously went on the injured list from a sneeze.
I don't blame him. That is not weird to me.
Okay.
All right,
when
let's
he
get
went
into
on the injured list, it was still called the disabled list. You were allowed to say that word.
Yeah, so for some reason it still bothers you that they changed it.
Again, I'm not trying to take anything away from the disabled people, but I don't know that we have to be politically correct about every single word we speak.
I actually like injured list better.
Okay.
Because it explains it to me a little bit more.
All right, fair enough.
All right, if you love Mediterranean food, try Spiros for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla for dining or takeout options. Visit SpirosCuisine.com. My mom just texted me.
Well, you said
mad. I'm sorry, Mom. I had to. All right.
If it makes you feel any better, Mom, I appreciate somebody who sneezes over somebody that goes, "Kachoo." So, yeah, I'm with you.
They're both
okay.
annoying.
They're
both annoying. All right, so let's get into this very, very, very sad story that happened at PNC Park last night when the Pirates were playing the Cubs. So there was a fan. He's 20 years old. We found out his name. It's Kevin Markwood. He is a 2022 graduate of South Allegheny High School, which, if he's 20, okay, so the fan...
That opens up another can of worms.
It does. Yes. So the fan, you all know by now, and I've seen the video, I'm sure. He fell over a 21-foot wall in right field. It's called the Roberto Clemente wall.
And he landed on the field of play.
On the field during a play. During something.
Pretty much went head over heels.
Yeah.
And down he went and laid motionless on the warning track for a while.
A long while.
Right.
And he's not doing great. Unfortunately, he's in critical condition still. I just went to a WTAE, which is a local Pittsburgh news station, and they're saying that he's in critical condition after that. But I'm also seeing I saw a post from someone saying they were at the game saying that he was drunk. And so obviously, if you're 20 years old, you're not allowed to drink in the United States of America. So there's many cans of worms now that are opened in my head. But the reason I want to talk about this, Chris, is because I, no joke, think about this every single game that I go to.
I wish you wouldn't bring this up, but go ahead.
And on Sunday,
I don't want you to go here because anyway, finish up and I'll tell you.
On Sunday, there was a man who went for a foul ball in one of the upper sections
at Petco is what you're referring to. Petco.
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought he was going over. He didn't, but I thought he was going over. Every single time I see a game, I see something that scares me like this. And I'm wondering how long it's going to be before we have fences put up even further so that this can't happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping against. I wish that we didn't have to. I wish people could trust people to not take a risk reaching for a foul ball. Or we could also trust people not to get so drunk that they just fall out of the stands.
Yeah.
And I'm not, again, I shouldn't be accusatory. This guy's lying in critical condition.
Yes.
But I'm almost sure he was
intoxicated.
He almost had to be. I don't know how you could just flop over the railing like he did without being.
Well,
you told me that he was making a racket out there, according to witnesses.
According to the Post, see, we can't believe anything on the internet, but the Post said that he was a nice guy. He wasn't like a belligerent drunk or anything, but he was getting to the point where he was ripping off his shirt and he was pouring beers over his head. And then when the
which
Pirates,
is something that sober people do often.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The hit happened. He got excited for the hit. He jumped up and he lost his balance. And I've watched this video over 100 times, and you could see at the last second him trying to grab the railing, and it terrifies me. This whole thing terrifies me.
Well, here's the thing. This is my personal experience. First of all, I wish I'm in the minority. I'll say it ahead of time. I wish that we as a society didn't have to protect all of you from yourselves all the time. I wish we could, trust you to control yourself and, not do stupid stuff. But we can't, so we have to put these rules in. Ted and I, Leitner, when we did the Aztec football at the old Qualcomm.
Here's a concept. Bite me.
Hey! Actually, this is what he said when this happened. Somebody fell out of the booth, a worker, after a game one time trying to fix some lights. He was fine. Nothing happened to this guy. But the fact he fell, the next week they put plexiglass up in front of where we called the game. And that's when Ted said to whoever did that,
here's a concept. Bite me.
Yeah, he wasn't pleased. And again, it's like one idiot falls, so the rest of us now have to sit behind plexiglass. But yes, this is going to happen one day. Scrape, I don't disagree with you.
They put netting down the third and first base line, which I completely agree. And I cannot believe we were watching games before without that netting down first and third.
How about the fact we used to watch hockey games and sit behind the goal with no netting up?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Puck would just fly in there at 120 miles an hour and ricochet off some guy's head until somebody got killed, and then the netting went up.
I hope that they're not going to do this because it just one person around baseball has this happen. No team wants to take the liability for this now. And if this guy's 20 years old and he's drinking beer in their park, you better believe there are going to be some lawsuits. There's going to be some legal stuff that happens.
Understand how our society works.
Yeah.
20 years ago, a very unfortunate first base coach in the minor leagues named Mike Coolbaugh was coaching first and was hit by a line drive. And he died.
Oh.
Since that day, every base coach in baseball, minors, majors, wherever, wears a helmet. That's what brought that rule on. It didn't happen on its own. So we react to things like this. We'll probably react to this one.
We will. And I just got to say, as someone who is a recovering alcoholic, I'm very lucky, and I am very, very, I have no idea how I made it unscathed, because I'm going to share on the Skraby Show a story of something that I did when I was drunk that probably should have killed me. And it really scared my friends into not being my friend anymore. So just be careful, people. Just be careful. Don't do it. Freaks me out every time I see a ball go up in the third deck, in the front of the third deck, because people reach over. Freaks me out. To another sad.
It's a natural reflex. The guy in left field reached over yesterday and hit the home run ball with
21 feet high.
No, the guy at Petco.
Oh, yes.
Just reaching out. It's a reflex is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You see a ball coming at you, your brain kind of goes haywire for a second. Here's another sad story. John Elway's business partner and ex-agent dies after a fall from a golf cart driven by John Elway. So apparently this happened in La Quinta, California. And his friend Jeff Spurbeck, his longtime friend, business partner, former agent, died after falling from the golf cart and hitting his head. And they pronounced him dead on Saturday or Sunday.
Not correct. Let me just, I'm not trying to.
No, I know. I'm looking at
call
this
you
thing.
out. This happened on Saturday night.
Yesterday. I'm sorry.
This happened on Saturday night. They did everything they could to save him.
Yes.
It wasn't ever looking good, and eventually, yes.
So he passed away.
Officially die.
Yes.
Yesterday morning.
Correct.
I think 1 a.m., something like that.
But it happened over the weekend.
It did. Here's what happened to Elway. This was not on a golf course. This was after Stagecoach. They all went to Stagecoach. Elway, his friend, his family.
Oh, okay.
People. They all went to the Stagecoach thing out there. Then they left and they went to some gathering in La Quinta in the neighborhood in which they live.
That's where my grandparents used to live.
Okay.
I know, very familiar.
All right. So as often the case in these kind of neighborhoods, you kind of golf cart from place to place.
Yes, that's a
It's
huge
simpler.
thing. Yes.
Apparently they're still getting in more information, but apparently they all piled into the golf cart. This guy was standing on the back of the golf cart.
Oh, I do that all the time.
And Elway was driving, and yeah, he fell and he bounced around on the concrete. And
so he hit his head on the pavement.
yeah, that was ball. It's it. Now, Elway has not been charged. He's not been blamed. He's not been anything. But there was no immediate investigation because all the police were at Stagecoach. The investigation is
not
now
watching, just working.
Well, whatever. It's a big event. Anyway, they're now investigating to make sure there's nothing wrong here. Again, Elway went to Stagecoach. He went to a party. Might he have had a few too many? I'm not saying Elway did anything wrong.
Yes.
But if he was driving that golf cart and he was inebriated in any way, that is not going to be a great look.
No.
And it's also going to be something very difficult, I'm sure, for John Elway to deal with moving forward.
Yes.
If he even remotely feels like his not being 100%, and I'm not saying he was, but I'm adding 2 and 2 together, as are many of you listening, assuming that maybe he had. I'm not saying Elway was weaving or I'm just saying if he had a few too many beers and this guy falls off, even if it was a thing,
he's liable.
He could be liable. He could also anyway. It's a terrible thing, and I don't want anything to happen to Elway. Don't get me wrong. Just saying, they're taking a look into this. Let's see what happens. So
yeah,
far,
like we don't know about the alcohol, but
no, we don't.
You have to think there was something there.
You have
but
to think
I
it's a
do this
possibility.
all the time. I jump on the back of a golf cart and get a ride to the next hole or something, and I could totally see someone losing their footing and falling and hitting their head. And this is just sad. I mean, these two stories are sad. One, most likely definitely alcohol. The other, we don't know yet. But people just be careful. Be very, very careful because life can end like
look. Elway's friend died, and I'm probably out of pocket for even suggesting. But I'm thinking what a lot of us are probably thinking.
He's at Stagecoach. He's driving a golf cart.
He goes to a party after Stagecoach. But anyway, the man died. Yeah. That's the thing about this that is his best friend.
Yeah.
Imagine how horrifying this would all be.
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully the next 30-mile zone will be a little cheerier than that one was.
Yeah. Don't give us anything to talk about, people.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the fun stuff.
Why are they talking about
Jimmy Butler pooping his pants?
Or Belichick's girlfriend.
I'm so over it.
Much more fun story than what we just went through. A little Chris versus the Fans is coming up next. Your chance to go to Las Vegas, play trivia. Call in now. We go at 4 o'clock. Welcome back to it. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. I'm assuming, Scrape, that this is serving as our happy hour today, since the 5 o'clock segment will be a reprise of today's Padre Roundtable, a commercial-free hour of all nothing but Padre talk coming up for you between 5 and 6. This hour, happy hour as it were, brought to you by GL Pools, swimming pool experts trusted by thousands of San Diegans since 2006. Baseball's back. So is swim season. Call now. Mention this word, radio. Get a free month of pool service. That's GL Pools. Your guy, Paul Skeens, today, with a career low, 2 strikeouts is all he recorded this afternoon. In fact, he gave up more home runs than strikeouts. And the Pirates lost to the Cubs. And now the Padres will take the Cubs' place in Pittsburgh, taking on the Pirates tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
I guess they had a huge storm in Pittsburgh, and it knocked down a bunch of stuff.
Haven't checked the weather report for Pittsburgh.
Let me do that because I am a really good weather person.
You're not bad.
Let's see here. Pittsburgh weather. Tomorrow, 76 with some rain. Saturday, 65 with some rain. Sunday, 70 with some rain. So rain every day.
Oh, all right. Padres will have to work their way around
Let's
that.
see. At 7 p.m., they're starting at 6:40. There's 44% chance of rain.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Wait. Okay.
All right, Chris, let's get our show in as fast as possible so that
yeah, let's get out of here before they try to make us stay later tomorrow.
Oh, they wouldn't do that to us.
They would never. They would never.
I might bring Lucky in tomorrow so I can't be here for 7
I'll tell you what, if they ask us to stay late, I'd be thrilled to.
Yes, me too, Chris.
There you go.
I would be so happy.
Yeah, you never know when the bosses might be listening. You got to throw that stuff in once in a while.
I didn't see any of them walk by, so I know they're listening.
They're listening. All right, let's go to Chris versus the fans. We got trivia stuff to play. Let's do it.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, here's what you're playing for. You will be qualified for the grand prize. 2 tickets to either Disturbed, Ghost, or Pantera in Las Vegas, plus a 2-night stay at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas and a $150 gift card. Get tickets for all 3 shows now at Ticketmaster.com. You're also going to win 2 tickets to Rodney Carrington at California Center for the Arts Escondido on August 29th. Get tickets now at artcenter.org. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you are eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you will get that question for free today. I don't know why I said it like that, but it sounded fun. Or it was fun.
Might as well have fun.
All right, let's go to our first contestant, Nancy. Hello, Nancy.
Hello. Oh, I was calling for a different reason.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to come back to you.
I like that. It's great.
Sean, just try.
Are you explaining that to anyone? No, I don't know. Nancy didn't sound like she wanted to.
Yeah, that's why I put her back on hold. That's why I put her back on hold.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Sean. Hello, Sean.
Sean.
Hello.
Hello. Coming in hot, Sean. Coming in hot.
Ready to play?
He's ready. I feel it.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. This is the loudest phone we've ever had on the air before.
I'll move it away.
Okay, it's all good. I've turned you down a little bit. Let's see. This is really easy. You should get this. What state is the city of Green Bay in?
Wisconsin.
He's on it.
What are you doing over there?
Straightening my papers.
I guess so. All right.
I'm still the only human being on Earth who even puts notes on paper, as you know. Everybody else just looks at the computer screen.
In this room, yes.
Yes.
All right, but I do like to write things down because it's easier sometimes. All right, Sean, here we go. Question number 2. What team, Major League team, has scored the most runs in a single game so far this season?
In a single game, I should know this. I'll go with the Cubs.
Cubbies. They did have a big game, but it is incorrect.
Ooh.
Stay right there, Sean.
I was going to guess the Cubs, so that would have been wrong.
Yes.
I thought they had 20 runs. Somebody had more than that. Good news for you, Sean. I can't think offhand who that is. So, how about the Yankees? Seemed like a
They scored a ton of
solid
runs
guess,
too.
but probably not them. Yeah, Sean, you're still in there.
I think this happened last Friday.
And it was?
The Reds scored 20, or no, it was over the weekend. Reds scored 24 against the Orioles
24.
on like a Saturday.
You're right. Yeah, forgot all about it. Very good, Sean. You're still in it.
Oh, yeah.
Still in it.
All right, here we go. Question number 3. And I stole this from our good friend AJ Cassaville's newsletter this morning.
I never get any of those right, so
because they're really hard.
Yeah, they are.
But I think this one is doable today. Sean, which player for the Padres has had the most home runs through April in a single season? So basically, who in Padre history has hit the most home runs in the month of April?
At the end of April, he had the most ever.
Yes.
Fernando's got 8 this
Like
year.
for their career?
Sorry, say that again?
Like, so like total? So like,
Oh,
you had
no,
a,
in one
in
season.
a
So-
single season. So
yes.
Fernando has 8 this year.
Yes.
Through April.
Who had more in Padres
Is anybody?
history?
Yeah. Who has more, and how? Who was it? Who had more than that through April?
Yeah, I feel like they put this up on it. I'm going to go with,
That's tough.
I'm going to say Will Myers, but
There
I
you
think it was
go.
somebody else.
Hey, Will Myers isn't a bad guess. It is the incorrect answer, but stay right there, Sean.
I think it's the worst guess I've ever heard.
It's not. I was going
I'm
to
just
say,
kidding.
Fernando just passed him for total bases in the
Right.
month of
Will
April.
had the total bases record, so it's actually a very good guess. I have no idea. Adrian Gonzalez, my guess. Come on.
Sorry, Sean.
I didn't even know. How many do you have? 9?
There was
10?
no answer.
No
but-
answer to that.
No, but it was Adrian Gonzalez.
It
who
was
did it.
Adrian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I thought of him.
I don't know why you did either.
I mean, he's one of the all-time Padre home run leaders, but for some reason, maybe I remember him having a hot April.
Maybe
down
this
the
is a
road.
very bad question, but is he kind of forgotten here in San Diego because he left and went elsewhere?
He shouldn't be. He's from East Lake High School,
Yeah,
and he is
yeah.
a San Diegan all the way.
Of course.
And I think that, because maybe he played for the Dodgers, people hold that against him. But no, I think Adrian Gonzalez not only should be better remembered, but I would say he's the all-time Padre first baseman. Who's better? Who would you go with?
I can't name anybody.
I can't either. So
Eric Hosmer.
Okay, move on. Sorry, Sean. Good try. That was a lucky guess on my part. It does happen.
All right, let's go. Oh, you know what? We need to go to our guy Brandon from the chat.
All right.
Hello, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Very good,
Pretty
sir.
good, pretty
Always
good.
good to have you aboard.
Here we go. Question number 1, Brandon.
There it is. You're not a first-time player, are you, Brandon?
Absolutely not.
All right, just
Have you ever
making sure.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm
All
gonna
right.
save time and go with the question instead. Brandon, what Arizona Diamondback hit 4 home runs in a single game last week?
Eugenio. The last 2 times it's happened in baseball.
Diamondbacks.
Both times it was a Diamondback. Go
Yeah.
figure.
Go figure is right.
It's
All right.
only, it's only happened 19 times ever, which is fewer than the amount of perfect games. That's how rare that was.
Elisa says Hosmer is better at podcast than first base. I do like his podcast. He's
Good
kind of a funny.
podcaster. I thought she was going to say that he's better at podcasting than Adrian Gonzalez, but we don't know. Maybe Adrian is a sneaky good podcaster himself.
He doesn't have one, so we don't know.
That we don't know.
That I
yeah.
know of.
All
All right,
right.
Brandon, here we go. Question number 2. Which major league team has hit the most home runs in a single game this season?
Oh, come on. Skraby.
What?
I'm going to guess it's the Yankees.
Yeah, I would.
You are correct.
Yeah, they hit about 9. Yeah, they went crazy
against
one day.
former pitcher Nestor Cortez.
Well, the first 3 were against him on the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
3
true,
swings
true.
of the game. Very
All
good,
right.
Brandon. Good memory there.
Here is question number 3. There are 3 NFL teams to have never had the first overall pick in the draft.
Oh, God.
Name 2 of 3.
2 of 3 that have never.
Just trying to go by memory here.
Yeah, I would have to.
I don't. You know what? Let's go with.
You can also pass.
Yeah, you know what? Pass.
Pass. Good call, Braden. Chris,
I got to name 2.
You got to name 2 of the 3 NFL teams to never have had the number 1 overall
Here's
pick.
one I feel good about.
Okay.
I don't know if it's right, but I feel good about it.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Ravens.
Okay.
I don't think they've been around long, as long as everybody. And I don't ever remember them having a horrible season. Like they're always, mediocre, even when they're bad.
Gonzo guessed the Panthers, which is wrong, Gonzo.
Yeah, I think that was 2 years ago. They had the first pick. So I'm going to say Ravens. Ravens is 1. Broncos aren't bad. Cowboys. No, they had it. They had a 1-15 year. How about Ravens and Broncos? I don't have any other guesses.
Ravens and the Broncos.
Have no other guesses.
I cannot believe it.
What?
Sorry, Brandon.
They both
I thought you
never
had
had the pick?
They've never had it.
I got them both.
The third team is the Sea Chickens.
The Sea Chickens. The
Seahawks.
Seahawks.
Yeah. I got in trouble the other day by a Seahawk fan saying to bite my tongue.
Well, you know what? Seahawk fans, deal with it or get your own show because forevermore, Skraby's going to hate the Seahawks. It's just the way it goes. You have to live with that. Sorry about that.
All right. We got to go to tiebreaker.
Okay.
Who's our player today? Adrian Gonzalez.
Very good.
Let me get his numbers up real quick, and then we're going to go to the phones. Chris, give me a number 1 through 6.
5.
5 is Brad. Hello, Brad.
Hello.
Brad,
I know
you got
Brad
a shot
has
here.
played before the tiebreaker, so let me ask Chris the question. He's going to give me a number, and then Brad is going to tell me whether the actual number is higher or lower than what Chris said. I'm going to give you a tough one, Chris.
Thank you.
In 15 seasons, how many double plays did he ground into?
How many double plays did he ground into? You actually have that stat somewhere?
Oh, yeah, GIDP.
What would be a lot? I don't even know how many is a lot. 10?
Just look at Xander Bogaerts.
10 per year? Is that I don't know what I say 10 per year, 150.
150.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
don't
Brad.
know.
Is the
No clue how
actual
to categorize
answer
this.
higher or lower?
I think it's higher.
Higher. Really? More than 10 per year.
Brad is correct.
He got it. Really?
Nice job, Brad.
Okay.
First contestant on a tiebreaker, and you get it.
Adrian
He had
Gonzalez?
207
Get out of here.
GIDP.
207.
Yeah, his high was in 2011 where he had 28.
That is a ton. Is that legal? Is that a record?
I'm going to go look and see what a player did last year's GIDP.
That's a lot of GIDPs. 28. All right, we got to take a break while you're looking.
Manny, oh God.
Manny led the league last year?
Manny did he had 25, Marcelo Zuna 23.
Manny. Well, that's what happens when you hit the ball hard. It goes right to somebody. No, it's true. If you hit it hard right at somebody, it's a double play. Thank you, Brad. Stay on the line. More Gwynn and Chris coming up.
From the 855.
The Padre Roundtable is coming up tonight between 5 and 6 p.m. That's a commercial-free hour of nothing but Padre talk. Skraby and I. Ben Higgins will host. Thank you, Skraby, for fixing the camera that never wants to stay focused on where I'm sitting. Woodsy will be on, Paul Reindl, and Braden Surprenant. All six of us talking nothing but Padre baseball for a full hour. Quite a few topics today. One of them was whether or not the Padres should stick with the light-hitting catching duo of Elias Diaz.
I like this question today.
And Martin Maldonado. Now, I'm not going to give it all away. I was the only one, though, that said, yeah, bring up Campusano. Everybody else kind of said, not really a good idea. So, we'll see where it goes.
None of us know.
Nobody knows for sure. Now Diaz, the last two games he's got 4 hits and a home run. So if he keeps going 2 for 4, then this isn't even a question.
Yeah.
But I'm looking it up right now. It's taking way too long. Whatever happened to quick computers? Maldonado's 9 for 43, 209.
Which is better than what we thought.
Not really.
Through 30 games.
209 is about what he hits. 1 home run, 2 RBIs. Iglesias says 12 hits. He's hitting 214. Between them, they have 1 double and 3 home runs. 7 RBIs, and they're hitting, 210. Campusano, to me, could do that with his eyes closed. But is Campusano the player that Mike Schilt wants to handle the pitching staff? And apparently not. Because there's been plenty of chance to recall Campusano. The guy's got a 1,000 OPS right now in AAA. He homered off Clayton Kershaw the other night in a rehab game. Wow. Campusano, to me, that's worth a shot. But, everyone's worried that if you, or at least all of you, were worried that if you change the catchers, the pitching will completely fall apart. So it's one of those questions that we go over in the round table today.
Yeah, and I think...
among others, but that's one of them.
And I'll leave a little bit to the imagination until the round table as well. But, Chris, one of the things that you said was not an admission, but you said, hey, if you're not going to use him, then trade him.
I did say that.
And it makes sense. Why are you going to hold on to a guy that you're not going to put in the big leagues?
It would also seem like he'd be of at least somewhat interest to a bunch of teams, because a lot of teams would like to have a hitting catcher.
Are you kidding me? They would be like, oh, he's our project now. Great.
Let me correct that. Campusano is not a bona fide, guaranteed hitting catcher, because he's been to the big leagues before and hasn't done that.
So is he, quote unquote, and I hate saying this, a 4A player?
Maybe.
Which means he's not good enough to be a major leaguer, but he's too good to be a AAA guy.
Could be perfect. Could be a perfect description of him. I don't know, but I bet you there's a team that would take him, and I think you could get something for him. If you're totally down and out about him, that's okay. But anyway, that's part of it. The other conversation we have is what does the Padres do with Leo Dallas DeVries, who not only had a 5 for 5, 2 home run game with a cycle, but he's doing that almost every night, or, similar stuff. He's just destroying, the Fort Wayne single A thing.
Yeah.
Again, this time Braden supported me, but I said I wouldn't be adverse to bringing the guy up at some point. And, you guys probably are right and said, no, he's 18. Give him time. I don't know. My argument in that one was that we are so worried about everybody's, about their makeup.
Their mental makeup.
Right. If he comes up and he struggles and goes down to the minors again, he'll never have confidence.
I kind of agree with you on this point, because you said that's not a thing. And
I think it's changed.
And you made a great point, because you said in the NFL, rookie quarterbacks are starting right now all the time.
Yeah, different. It's different.
It's different, but I understand why you would want to bring him up. I just think he's so young. Why do you need to?
Because Bogarts could move to first and Rise could DH, and you'd be better. That's why.
I don't know.
Let's put it this way: you'd be better if DeVries could play short at the big league level, which is a big ask.
It is a big ask.
But and people say, "Well, I don't want to use him in a pennant race. These games are too important." Maybe he's just too young to know better. And the one advantage he was going to have is nobody's going to know how to pitch to him for at least the first month or so. Anyway.
Maybe when they expand the rosters at the end of the year, they bring him up. Maybe he's been so good throughout the year that they can't not bring him up.
Yeah. I mean, age is a number. Fernando came up. He wasn't very old.
No.
And everybody said, well, that's Fernando. Well, this kid's being talked about in that kind of vein.
Jackson Merrill was 20.
I mean, DeVries is being talked about as, what's his nickname?
The El Mutante.
The Mutant.
Which is a great nickname.
Right. So maybe he's different than the rest of these people.
He could be. He could be a generational player who doesn't seem to wilt.
Robin Yount was another one of my examples, and it's a long time ago, but he came up at 18 to play shortstop. He's in the Hall of Fame. It didn't ruin his career. Anyway.
I agree.
These are kind of the things that we're talking about. You'll enjoy it in the round table.
I agree in this way that it would be really fun to see what he could do at the big league level. But
love it.
But as Tony's told us before, high A pitching and major league pitching is two different stories.
Totally agree with Tony Gwynn Jr. on that one. I can't argue that. Yeah, single A in big leagues.
And that's why I never got above low A, Chris.
Big jump. Yeah, the high A can be tough. Anyway, round table coming up. And then tomorrow morning, don't forget, tune in, 9 a.m., Ben and Woods. Put Mike Schilt's feet to the fire. No, they just have their coach's interview tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Brought to you by
Eco Water SoCal.
Right, it's not in here. That's why I'm at to ask.
It's at 2:35, but here we go.
I mean, wait.
The manager's report.
I don't see it.
Is refreshed by Eco Water SoCal. Try
Darn it.
alkaline water for just $9.95 a month. Eco Water SoCal, keeping it soft since 1925.
I hate when you're right. It was there. All right. NBA playoffs. Will the Pistons and or the Clippers stay alive tonight? Stanley Cup. It's up to Ottawa. It's up to Minnesota. And it's also up to Colorado. And then the Kings. All four of those teams will be looking to stay alive. I've said this before. I'll say it one more time. I like game sixes better than game sevens. Why? Game 7, you know the outcome. Whoever wins it. Game 6, either somebody's going to win the series or somebody's going to force a game 7. It's a little different.
Isn't there?
A little different.
Okay. All
It's
right.
not a winner take all. It's a winner take all for one team. The other team is desperate to stay alive. I always like that contrast. I think game sixes are always really good.
The teams that are trying to stay alive.
Right. It just makes for an interesting dynamic to me. I like game sixes. I'll be watching a bunch of that tonight. In the meantime, we'll take a break for some traffic or commercials or whatever Skraby's got lined up over there. Yes. And then we got a big 5. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what you have for that.
Me too.
Okay, well, I'll find out together.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
All right, let's do one.
Charade.
Let's do charades.
This is the worst charade.
No, this is great. Just do one.
Radio.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question: long hair, long beard. Have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man,
I don't think so.
That's great.
Why is that?
Just changing it up. Why not?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard, but your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3 months.
Now,
Okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key.
That's
How
the
does
biggest
it
thing.
perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting yourself ready each and every year? You know, ball players are notorious for always trying to figure out how to get a little bit better. You're probably one of the most consistent guys in our league. Is there as much a focus on finding ways to get better, or is the focus how to continue on the path that you've been on, which is a guy who can get in a lot of innings every year?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what part of the offseason I'm in and, what I'm trying to work on, like specifically this offseason, I've made a little mechanical adjustment, tinkering with some new pitches. But the bulk of it is just getting my body ready, really. I mean, that's the main focus, main priority. So I kind of know where I need to be in terms of like my velocity and bullpens and building up and all that. So I always like to think I'm adding. I'm definitely working on new pitches and exciting stuff like that. So at the end of the day, I kind of know that my four-seamer and my slider and my curveball are kind of going to be my main pitches.
Right.
So it's like, no matter what, that's my base and foundation, and everything from there is just tinkering and just seeing if I can get a little bit better.
We're talking to... All of a sudden, my mic over there.
There you go.
Sorry. We're talking to Dylan Cease here,
Don't
Padres
panic.
starting pitcher. I wasn't panicking.
You look like you panicked.
I was panicking for one half.
He made me panic.
Did I look like I panicked?
You panicked a little bit, that's
all right. Well, if Dylan says I panicked, then I panicked. I'm going to have to ask the question about, and I know you've been asked this today, but your name has been a part of a lot of trade rumors this year. I think Padres fans want you to stay here in San Diego. See, right there? How do you deal with that? Because I would imagine that would be hard.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's my second year in a row dealing with it, so I got experience now. It's just part of the business, I guess. Really, wherever I go, I'm gonna make the best of the opportunity. I love San Diego and I want to be here, so it's like if I don't go anywhere, I love it here. And if they trade me, then I just have to go make the best of it wherever I go.
Now, Dylan, you talked a little bit about working on new pitches and mechanics. For you, how long does a mechanical change take to be something where you don't have to think about it anymore?
Yeah, and that depends. This specific scenario, I'm working on an upper half thing, a glove thing. So I don't know. It's kind of new territory for me.
Yeah. So you're kind of figuring it out as you go.
Yeah, but it really gets to the point where it feels good, and then from there it's just ramping up the intensity. And because anytime you do something at a higher power, higher speed, it's like a new feeling altogether. So I can sit and train it one way, but until I'm throwing 98 with it,
doing it in game speed,
And a lot of it, is kind of like learning my body, and then I'll throw a pitch and it's like, oh, that didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Like specifically, if I'm throwing a four-seam fastball and I'm trying to throw it just through somebody, but it's yanked, it's like, okay, something happened right there. I don't know, something came off. I didn't use my legs.
You could just feel something different about it.
And then you see the shape of the pitch. So a lot of it's just gaining feedback from what the ball's doing, and then trying to manipulate my body to see, like, oh, okay, when I do this, the ball goes this way, and just see if I can't ingrain that.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question: long hair, long beard. Have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man,
I don't think so.
That's great.
Why is that?
Just changing it up. Why not? You know?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard. But your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3 months.
Now,
okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key. How does it perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting yourself ready each and every year? You know, ball players are notorious for always trying to figure out how to get a little bit better. You're probably one of the most consistent guys.
So don't be late. We're on from 2 to about 2:35 tomorrow. That's all. But in that time, we will have a visit with Tyler Wade. At least that is scheduled.
Yes.
Padres center fielder Tyler Wade could be a part of the proceedings, should be part of the proceedings tomorrow. We'll look forward to that. Will Jackson Merrill be back? Skraby doesn't get the feeling he will. I'm saying never know with the Padres.
It's true.
They could spring him on us at any moment.
Absolutely can.
Yes.
And that will be welcome.
Yes. Action earlier today. Diamondbacks beat the Mets despite Juan Soto's first home run as a home player for the Mets.
He had 2 today.
Oh, he hit 2 today.
Yeah.
So now he has 2 home runs at home for the Mets.
Correct.
He had none prior to today.
Yep.
And they lost. The Reds bullpen might be better than the Padres bullpen right now. Well, right now it is.
Right now it is, yeah.
35 consecutive batters have been retired by the Reds bullpen, including 15 in a row to close out a win over St. Louis today. Bobby Witt Jr. extending to a 22-game hitting streak. Royals win this afternoon. And one more note, Paul Skeens allows more home runs, 3, than he gets strikeouts, 2, in a loss to the Cubs. And now it is back to Skraby after traffic for the Big Five.
From the 855, get Ross. It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. Let's get right into it. And we're not going to start with the Padres today because it's an off day. We have the round table coming up. We're going to start with the Lakers. So I guess JJ Redick answered some questions from the media this morning, which would be kind of tough to do, I would think, because I don't think you get much sleep after you get eliminated from the playoffs. But
yeah, but if you're an NBA coach, this is what you do.
This is part of your deal.
The day after the last game, everybody cleans out their locker and
Yeah.
you kind of go home for the summer, or the winter, whatever it is. So yeah, you answer some questions. At least you're supposed to.
Well, Lakers head coach JJ Redick and general manager Rob Pelinka answered a variety of questions about what went wrong, but one comment from Redick is already raising some eyebrows. The first-year coach mentioned that the Lakers roster must, quote, get in championship shape this offseason via multiple reporters reporting that. Redick also mentioned that multiple players were in, quote, phenomenal shape via the Athletic's Jovan Buha, but that others could have been in better shape. So everybody is pointing the finger saying he's talking about Luka. Chris, do you think he was talking about Luka?
I don't, but I think he's dumb if he doesn't think that all of us think he's talking about Luka. Like he should have thought that through.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea was that Luka wasn't in shape. It's one of the reasons the Mavericks were willing to part with him.
Yeah.
Because he's not in as good a shape as he should be.
Yeah.
And now the Luka's new coach says, yeah, we weren't in the kind of shape we needed to be in. So I don't know that I doubt he was talking about Luka. I think he probably meant a few guys.
Okay.
But we're all going to think he's talking about Luka. So that's very, inexperienced of him. And I'm going to keep calling him inexperienced because that's what he is, even if he wants to fight against it.
I agree.
And he was badly outcoached last night. Badly. And I pointed all that out earlier in the show.
Yes,
so I won't
you
go
did.
through it again.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think he was even talking about like actual conditioning. I think he's talking about getting championship shape by being ready to go the long haul in the playoffs. And again, not talking about people being out of shape. I just think this
Physically
team
out of shape.
physically out of shape. This team just didn't have the necessary pieces for it to go to a championship. Rob Pelinka said after he said they need a new center or they need to build up the defense in the middle. But one of the funniest things I saw, Mark Williams, remember him, the Hornets center that
they traded for and then sent him back.
Yeah, and he wasn't happy about it. He just tweeted out last night a smiling face emoji. So
Sure.
Mark Williams is very happy about this.
Look, I said it before. I'll sneak it in again. Rudy Gobert should never get 27 points and 24 rebounds.
Yes.
But he can when you have no center and you don't guard him.
Yeah, so I don't really think that JJ Redick was talking about physical shape.
Yeah, but we're all going to think he's talking about Luka. That's on you, JJ, because you just created a firestorm that didn't even need to be there.
Exactly. And now he's going to have to answer those questions forever.
Not smart.
Not smart. Travis and Jason Kelsey have an issue with how Shedeur Sanders was treated during the draft. Here's what they said on their New Heights podcast, and it's bleeped, but there are a lot of bleeps, so just be aware of that.
Of anonymous reports prior to the draft that his team interviews went poorly.
I think whoever's the anonymous person that's saying this should come out and say who they were and what.
Say it with your chest.
Like, what the is that about? I'm not sure why he dropped, whether it was the interviews or whether it was stuff that they saw on film. What I saw on film, I thought he was a way higher pick, and I think that's all that should matter. I feel like this is going to be such a fresh start for him. I can see him working his ass off and becoming the starting quarterback in Cleveland at some point. For sure.
All right, that was Travis Kelsey using a lot of swear words, Travis.
Yeah, that's enough, Travis.
That's
you know,
lot.
I know that in a podcast you're allowed to do that.
Oh, yeah.
But it's such an easy fallback.
It is.
Try to speak without it.
You know what?
Like, show me something.
I don't really. You know what listeners always say that's really weird is when they hear me swear for the first time, because we don't swear on the air ever.
Yeah, it's too simple.
It's
kind of my directive to rap music artists. I know they'll never listen to me, but how about writing one rap song without using foul language? It would stand out from the rest, would it not?
It would be boring, probably.
Okay, well then maybe that's the problem.
Everybody try to go a day without swearing.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge.
See if you can do it.
I'm up first. Are we talking way too much about a 5th round pick? Yes, we're talking way too much about a 5th round pick. I'm already over the Shedeur Sanders stuff. I'm already done with it. Why are we still talking about this? As I say, why are we still talking about this as I ask a question about it in the Big Five, Chris? We're talking way too much about a 5th round pick. All I care about at this point is whether or not he can actually play. And we'll see here very soon if he can. So, yes, we're talking way too much. Chris?
I don't think we are, because this is one of the biggest stories that's ever happened in the draft. I mean, people that don't even care about football will say, why did Shedeur Sanders fall in the draft? It's a big deal to a lot of people. Because of who he is and what he was supposed to, be selected as. But the one thing I'll disagree with Travis Kelsey and all his swearing is, why should it matter, he said, if the guy had a bad interview or was, rude to people?
I think it's the anonymous part that people don't like.
I don't like that either, but he also went on to say, what should it matter? I looked at his tape. He should have been drafted much higher. His tape is all that should matter. Disagree. I think if I'm going to give you first-round money, I think you ought to, in my mind, I'd like you to be a decent human being. And if you're going to treat me like crap in the interview, I'm not going to overlook that and make you part of my team and give you $20 million signing bonus. I think it should matter. I'm not saying that Shedeur was bad, by the way, in interviews. It was rumored that way. I don't know. But I'm just disagreeing with Travis's claim that it shouldn't matter. I think it should.
It definitely should. I mean, in my mind.
Yeah.
I guess, Chris, the more I hear from professional athletes, the more we talk to professional athletes, like, nothing really seems to bother a professional athlete. It just is like, yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. On the outside, everybody has these opinions, but on the inside, it's like, can he play? I would like, you said it the other day, I would like a football player to stand up and be like, yeah, he went in the 5th round because he wasn't a good
dude. Yeah, apparently he wasn't a good dude.
Like, you don't have to defend everything.
Right.
So, all right. Moving on.
Number 3.
What?
I'm with you.
Oh, okay. The Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals, that is, selected Marvin Harrison Jr. with the number 4 overall pick in last year's draft. It was seen as a pretty good pick, and even though his numbers weren't great, some say he had a pretty solid rookie season. But entering 2025, head coach Jonathan Gannon says Harrison is primed to make significant improvements. Quote, when the staff's in place, the jump from year 1 to year 2, I think that's where guys make a huge jump. And this guy played unbelievable ball for us. But if you talk to him, he'd be the first to tell you I need to get better at these couple things. And man, he has went to work on them. He's went to work on them. He looks awesome out there right now. End quote. Chris, is Marvin Harrison Jr. going to make a big jump, little jump, or no jump at all in 2025?
Depends whether I draft him in fantasy. If I draft him, he'll make no jump at all. If I don't draft him, he'll probably be great. I don't know. It's a hard one to tell. I don't know whether he was, the game that we had one good game, and I guarantee it was against me because Greg had him last year.
It was like first quarter.
Second game of the year, and Greg just destroyed me because Marvin Harrison went nuts. Then he was never heard from again. But that showed me right there that he's got the ability. So I think he's got a chance to make a big step. I'm surprised that a guy that's the son of Marvin Harrison Sr. wouldn't be able to get the tips necessary to make the step up, because I'm pretty sure he's got the skill. So yes, I think he'll make a step up.
Side note, Javier says the rapper NF is extremely good and powerful and doesn't swear at all.
Thank you, Javier. I'll look into that.
Also, Will Smith doesn't swear in his raps.
So. I won't look into that.
What? Getting jiggy with it?
Yeah.
Welcome to
punched
Miami.
Chris Rock.
Oh my!
Still holding him out for that.
All right. Do I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to make a big jump, little jump, or no jump at all in 2025? I think he makes a little jump. I feel like and this is a Skraby feeling, but the whole thing with his jersey with Fanatics last year and how he was trying to get out of the contract, he seems like one of those guys who's very concerned what's happening off the field, not so concerned what's happening on the field. I wouldn't even say he had a good season last year, Chris. As a top 5 pick, he was a bust in year one. I would say that.
He was one of the very few top first-round picks that was a bust last year.
Last year. We're just saying last year.
Right.
Jonathan Gannon's not going to say anything different because he probably knows that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be mad if he said anything else.
But I think he's got a chance to step up this year. I don't think Marvin Harrison Sr. will let him blow it again. Marvin Harrison Sr. was one of my all-time faves.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the problem with his son.
Maybe so. I don't know. Maybe he just assumed he could just be like his dad without giving the effort.
Maybe.
Number 2.
Got to give the effort.
LeBron James still is.
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I heard a really good line the other day by the Tampa Bay GM.
Okay.
And I'm going to now apply this, talking about young and draft picks and things like that.
Okay.
The Tampa Bay GM, was it Light? Jason Light, or you know what I mean?
I think it is Light.
Something like that. He said, "We don't often miss on football players, but we do miss on people." I like that. The guys they draft are normally good football players, but it's hard to predict the people. You don't know who's going to put the effort in and who's not.
That's true.
And that's where they miss.
Which is
I
kind
thought
of
it was a really
strange.
good comment.
It's kind of strange. He's right, and it was Jason. It's Light, Licht.
Okay, Light. Yeah, right.
I haven't heard that yet, but that's a really good way of thinking about it. And you're right. You have no idea what you're getting, which is kind of scary for these teams that are investing millions and millions and millions of dollars into maybe guys like Kyler Murray who have to get a video game clause put in his contract.
It also goes right back to what Travis Kelce just said. It shouldn't matter. Well, it kind of does, because the people, we don't know what kind of person you are on tape.
Yeah.
We need to, try to predict it before we assign you, because the guys that aren't good people and don't work hard don't make it, no matter how much talent they have on their tape.
All right. LeBron James. He's still a superstar, but he's undeniably closer to the end of his career. He just completed his 22nd NBA season, and he and Vince Carter are the only 2 players in league history to play that many. If he returns next year, he will be the first player to ever play 23 years of NBA basketball. When asked how much longer he plans to play yesterday, he declined to answer. He said, "I don't have an answer to that. I'll sit down with my wife, family, and support group, have a conversation with myself on how long I want to continue to play. We'll see." End quote. I'm up first. How many more years do you think he has left? He's definitely coming back next year. He's good enough to be coming back next year. I will say, once he is done with his 25th season, he's out.
25.
So
you're giving him 3 more years?
Woo. He's in good shape.
Yeah, he is.
And he's still playing high-level basketball. It sounds crazy, but yeah, 3 more years. What do you think, Chris?
I think last year is going to be it. Or next year. I mean, I think next year's going to be his last year. I know what I wanted to say. I didn't say it. I think next year going to be his last year. I don't think he's going to want a goodbye tour, though.
No?
I think that he is smart enough to read the room and know that if he asks for a goodbye tour, he's just going to take endless from everybody.
Yeah,
because
probably.
people are so critical of LeBron James in general.
They are. Yeah,
So
that's true.
I would not go for the goodbye tour. While that was a good idea for Dr. J, Kareem, and those guys back in those days, it'll be looked as too self-serving if LeBron does it and says, I'm retiring this year, because then that means everybody'd have to throw the goodbye party for him.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that would be awkward to every place you go have a goodbye party thrown for you.
Well, it wasn't so awkward when Kareem did it. Kareem did it, and it seemed kind of a cool thing to do back in the day, but not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? Derek Jeter went around all the stadiums, and Mariano Rivera.
Yeah, some do.
Number 1.
All right, I came across this the other day, and I think it's hilarious. I'm trying to pull it up on the YouTube right now, but it actually is. It's a video, a CBS NFL intro from 1977, and in 2025, almost every single clip of this thing is a penalty. So here we go. I love this sound.
Brown 45. Brown 45.
I love it. I love it. So they go to NFL Today, but then
I'm listening to the song.
Oh, sorry. I'll just completely wipe some guy out. That one was okay by Walter Payton. Terry Bradshaw getting suplexed. Someone literally just jumped on the back of a player. And then we got a clothesline. Every single big old face mask. So that was it for the video. But every single clip in this thing is a penalty in 2025, and it is hilarious to me.
I don't want to even say it's a penalty. I think everything in that clip
Ejection
would be an ejection plus a fine and a suspension. You pick up Terry Bradshaw or the Terry Bradshaw equivalent now.
Yeah.
Like that guy did. You imagine picking up Patrick Mahomes off the ground, throwing him down on his head?
He would be going to prison.
Well,
for the rest of his
wouldn't
life.
be playing in the NFL much longer.
No.
Clothesline? The kid got clotheslined in that one clip.
He did.
That's why I say it.
And then someone just like literally jumped on the back of someone on the ground.
And face masks. Yeah, that's a funny clip. Look it up if you didn't happen to get to watch it there. But I just want to say this.
What?
Football was better then. Scrape. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Here's my question.
Okay, what's your question?
Do you want the game to go back to this?
No, it's okay. It looks kind of archaic now. It really does. You know, you're watching guys clothesline a guy. I mean, it's like from a movie practically.
It is.
So no, I don't really need a guy clothesline. These guys are such extremely incredible athletes now that I think they would do some serious damage. Whereas back in the 70s, they just did some damage.
Yeah.
So I think you had to tidy up the game. But it was kind of fun back then when there was seemingly no holds barred.
I remember being at a 49ers game where I saw Ken Norton Jr. take on a receiver that was going over the middle. I remember, Chris, hearing the hit from the stands. It was that big of a hit. And I don't necessarily need the game to be like that anymore. It's kind of awkward to watch someone get demolished and then lie on the field unconscious for 10 minutes. Not a fan of seeing that anymore.
But tell me you kind of don't. You tell me you wouldn't miss the days of Dick Butkus looking at Fran Tarkington under center. Fran Tarkington was about 110 pounds soaking wet. And Dick Butkus basically saying, I'm going to break through the line, I'm going to grab you, and I'm going to break you in half.
I do love it.
Before the snap.
I do love it.
I mean, if you're Fran Tarkington, you're a Hall of Famer, but that would be a little nerve-wracking.
I do love that.
Yeah.
I miss some of the big hits.
Yeah.
Because big hits were like, whoa, get you out of your seat hit.
Yeah. All right.
That's it for the Big Five.
That's it for our get-together today. It was a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Don't go anywhere, Padre fans. A whole hour of commercial-free Padre talk in our roundtable. And then after that, you settle in for the Skraby Chronicles. So it's a big night ahead. Gwynn and Chris, glad you joined us on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, it's time for the Beaver Nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he goes, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." And so we put him on, and he's talking about how much he loves loves Buc-ee's. And so we got into the conversation, and it ended up being about the beaver nuggets. And so I had to order them because I find the name beaver nuggets very gross. I find it gross. But we're going to go with this. It's kind of like a Cheeto / a corn pop.
It's like a cheese doodle.
Cheese doodle. And we're going to eat them right now. I don't think these are bad, but here we go.
What I'm talking about. You got me.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is your Lars from the San Diego Padres.
You can hear the U. The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan and Odyssey Sports Station. Listen up, Friar Faithful. 97.3 The Fan's Padres Roundtable is on the air.
Unbelievable!
It's time to discuss everything going on with the Padres. The 97.3 The Fan crew is here for the most in-depth discussion on the Friars in our weekly Padres Roundtable, delivered by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. And now, here's your host, Ben Higgins.
1 week ago, I was teeing off in my member guest golf tournament. First match at 10 o'clock, but glad to be back and glad to have the pizza again. Thanks to Roundtable Pizza, sponsor of our weekly San Diego Padres 97.3 The Fan Roundtable. Got the crew here today to talk Padres baseball. Chris, though, I wanted to thank you first for filling in as the host last week.
I was hoping that this week, since you're here, I would get to tee off in golf right now, but I guess that didn't happen.
No, we've got Chris Ello, Braden Sopranet, Paul Reindl, Stephen Woods, and Matt Skraby with you for the next commercial-free hour talking Padres baseball. But I will start with a confession in that I was on vacation and playing golf. I did not go back and listen to the roundtable last week. But what was the tenor of the conversation like last week with the Padres, the only really week of the season that they struggled? Now, they hadn't gotten swept by the Tampa Bay Rays as of Thursday, but the cracks were showing because of all the injuries. How panicked were you people, Matt?
I can actually take this because I think Chris was just trying to highlight some of the numbers that were starting to trend downwards instead of where they were. So it wasn't more of doom and gloom. It was more of, are we worried about these trends that are happening right now? And the answer before they got swept by the Rays was, no, we're not worried. But I think, we'll talk about it today. I don't think we're worried today either. So
it's really weird because, you have two completely different series. The Rays series that would be real cause for concern, lack of offense, everything that you kind of were worried about. And then the last two games against the Giants, which I think put our minds at ease, Woods, about where the San Diego Padres are now. How much more are you at ease after those last two games?
It's good to be 5-0 in the West. No question. There's no question about it. And I mentioned on our show today, saw some Giants fans saying, yeah, man, this is like your World Series. All right, fine. I think every game in the West is going to be like our World Series. I'm absolutely fine winning those divisional games. But to be honest, with Michael King and Nick Pivetta on the mound, I really expected to. And getting Luis Ariz back certainly helps, and getting Jason Hayward back certainly helps. I think it was a big relief to the other guys in the lineup too, just to know, like, hey, anytime you play a game and you get one of your better players back, that feels good, and you get a guy that can contribute defensively like Jason Hayward does and is a veteran, immediately you feel a lift.
I think we all feel obviously much better than we did a couple of days ago. I know on Monday, Chris, we went through some of the numbers you had posted on X about the 11-game stretch in which the Padres really struggled offensively, coincided with the injury. So I'll start with the first official question, and I'll start with you, Chris. Now that they've emerged from their 2-week slump, what lesson, any takeaways do we have from that stretch of the season that you take kind of going forward as, okay, keep your eye out for this the rest of the way?
With all the analytics that are out there and the statistics and the websites that you can go to, it still seems to come down to how they hit with runners in scoring position. And I looked at something last night and this morning. In their 19 wins this year, they're hitting .302, which is pretty good. In their 11 losses with runners in scoring position, 127. It's almost a 200-point difference. And I don't know how you can control that category necessarily. I mean, people talk about, is there clutch, such a thing? But when they're hitting with runners in scoring position, they're going to win. And they got 9 for 17 against the Giants, and they won.
It's probably there's probably the strongest correlation for every team between hitting with runners in scoring position and winning. Now, I'm sure there's a few teams that just don't get enough runners in scoring position, but that's got to be the biggest thing. Braden, do you have any takeaways from the struggling section of the year for the Padres that we need to keep in mind?
In terms of like things you have to worry about bad or just
anything.
Obviously the depth is a little bit of a concern, but it's only a concern if you have to have the amount of players that were playing in the lineup play in the lineup in August. I think I talked about it. Is it the last roundtable, the roundtable before? This is a good opportunity to see what you have in the bench, and you get to see like, okay, well, here's Gavin. This is what Gavin Sheets looks like playing every single day. This is what Oscar Gonzalez looks like getting everyday reps. And I think you saw some players that can definitely play with this team and be able to contribute in some sort of way, not starting. And I think you saw some players get exposed in having to play every single day. And there's kind of players in between that are probably can help the team off the bench, but we shouldn't be playing them every single day. And the other takeaway I had was how much of an asset Tyler Wade is to this team, and what a great job he has done to fill in. I mean, questions were in center field. What are we going to do in center field? He did a great job playing center field, and then did a great job at the plate. Aside from his first day where he had a two-pitch strikeout, which obviously you can't have, he's been very serviceable, and you could tell in the clubhouse those guys obviously love having Tyler Wade a part of the team. So I would say unsung hero, and when players start to come back, it ain't going to be Tyler Wade getting sent somewhere else, I don't think.
I was going to bring up Tyler Wade as well, and we talked about it on our show this week. The Padres came dangerously close to losing Tyler Wade because they had to DFA him off the roster just so they could keep Yuli Gurriel. And the Yuli Gurriel experiment now is over. I mean, had he not hit over 300 in spring training with a home run, probably would have never started in the first place, but in terms of mistakes that AJ Preller made, that was actually potentially a big one to get caught up in. Hey, he had a good offseason, he had a good spring. When you ignored the numbers the last 2 years of what really showed, Yuli Gurriel is not a major league hitter anymore. Luckily, they didn't lose Tyler Wade over it, and they still have him as what now seems like, I would agree with Braden, a valuable bench piece that's going to be part of this team, probably if he stays healthy for the rest of the season and into the playoffs, because he brings something to the table that the Padres just seem to need, both in the clubhouse and, on their bench. And right now he's in the starting lineup, but he'll go back to the bench. And I think Mike Shildt will be very happy to have Tyler Wade going forward. Paulie, any takeaways from the last couple of weeks?
Well, first on Tyler Wade, he was a serviceable member off the bench last year. And I feel like maybe we forgot about that because when it came to this season, now you give guys like Yuli Gurriel and Jason Hayward these one-year contracts. The veterans are going to have the upper hand. I understand that. But he was like, Tyler Wade's not doing anything over the last couple of weeks that he wasn't doing last year as well. So I don't know that we should be all that surprised. He's a talented guy that can come off the bench and help you when needed. As for the slump for the Padres, I view it pretty simple. And it's the only thing I took away was gotta stay healthy, gotta get healthy, and then gotta stay healthy. And I know that's a simple answer, but I kind of viewed their slump with a little bit more simplicity, I think, than some fans at least. I know some fans were like, I'm not really worried at all. Some fans thought the season was going down the drain. It's more like, bro, not a lot of teams can handle losing a third of your lineup and all three of those guys being in the top 2/3 of your lineup, right? Like top 1 through 6. You lose half of those guys, you're going to be in some trouble. Padres just had to weather the storm. They're getting some health back. If I thought it was anything seriously, like they cannot win a game while Jackson Merrill is on the IL, then Jackson Merrill deserves a $1 billion contract. He's the most valuable player in history of baseball.
Well, it's so hard to define what is pressing, but it definitely felt like for the first time, maybe we saw Tatis pressing. Is it swinging at more pitches out of the zone? Is it trying to lift balls and hit home runs? But I thought for the first time, at least when the Padres are struggling, especially with the Rays series, that we saw a little bit of pressing there. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. When the team is struggling, feels like the last thing the Padres should start doing is pressing. Now, it's human nature. You start losing, you want to try to do more, you want to try harder, but this team plays its best when they play within themselves. And somehow they got back to it against the Giants the last couple of days.
A couple different sports you can't do it in, man. Baseball and golf. The harder you swing, the worse it's going to be. You have to continue to try to grind out good ABs. And I mean, Fernando, for his pressing, I think he still hit like 500. I mean, he was unbelievable. So if he's pressing, I shudder to think what he's doing when he's relaxed. I think there's some guys that obviously you want to try to do too much every time. It's the nature of the beast. We got to rise up. We got to put the team on our back. It's just not really that sport. It's the less you do, the better you will be. Does that make sense? And any time that you're grinding, you always hear guys going to the cage and hitting 300 balls off the tee, and it's like, man, I don't know. I mean, if it works for you, great, but I think that's few and far between. And it just lengthening the lineup has helped this team so much, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more length with Jackson coming back in Pittsburgh and Crony eventually too. And then you look, and those bench guys don't have to play every day. The guys that, let's be honest, they're not as talented. That's why they're not starting. So use their talents, what they're good at, play to their strengths. Mike Shildt does a pretty good job with that. But all these guys were forced into action and having to be everyday players, and they're not.
Yeah, I know we talked about it on our show. I heard Braden bring it up on his show as well. It was the Substack from Letters to AJ. We all, I think, read some of his stuff. And the fact that the lineup, it wasn't simply missing the star players like Jackson Merrill and Jake Cronenworth, and whatever Jason Hayward was bringing, but it was the fact that they were now putting their backup players in roles that they weren't designed for, having Gavin Sheets have to face lefties, having guys hit in places in the lineup that they shouldn't be hitting. It really also changed the guys who were performing well and turned them into negative value players as well because of the injuries and the lack of depth that was kind of exposed a little bit. Now, it's our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It's pizza royalty. This clearly is a question I wrote before Elias Diaz homered yesterday, but I think it is still valid. I think before the game or the day before, Mike Schilt was asked a question about offensive production from the catching position. And he essentially said, don't really care. All I care about is, and he didn't even go defense on catching, simply about handling the pitching staff. Yep. The only thing he really wants them to be able to do is handle those 13 guys, the starters and the relievers. But my question is really, what extent do you agree with that philosophy? Matt, do you really not need offense from your catchers or even defense from your catchers as long as they are doing a good job handling your pitching staff?
I've been thinking a lot about this because people are complaining about the catcher position, but it's one of those things that we've known this was the deal since day one. I don't understand why people are freaking out that they're not hitting.
No one's underperforming.
No one's underperforming. Right. This is exactly what we thought they were going to do. And if they can get, Maldonado hitting over 200, that's better than I thought he was going to hit through 1 month into the season.
Better than they thought, too. They said, as long as he hits 200, we're okay.
Yeah, exactly. So do you need a catcher that hits? It's nice, but as we've said on the roundtable many times this year already, that position is a unicorn. A good catcher who can hit. It just doesn't come around. So I think we need to take it a little bit easy on our catchers and just hope that they play good defense and run into one every once in a while.
And hope that we continue to pitch well, because we said it on the show yesterday. You have to give them credit. You absolutely have to. If the pitching is doing so well, and they are, by and large, they're the best bullpen, really good starting rotation. The catchers deserve no credit for that? I don't think so. Chris, you were a pitcher. How important was your catcher? Probably pretty important to you. And the way that
did they handle you well?
No, I was nobody could handle me.
Right.
It was too slow.
I think you guys are all aware of that. No, you're absolutely right. I didn't care if my catcher ever got a hit. I just wanted somebody I felt comfortable with.
Yeah.
But having said that, I brought this up a couple of times this week because I think it was getting very close, or is getting very close to the time where you give Luis Campusano a month. There is no guarantee that he's going to come up here and all of a sudden
behind the dish, though.
Right, playing cat. Well, I'm just saying, there's no guarantee that he comes up, shows he's hopefully improved, and the pitching is going to go south. We don't know that. We also don't know that he's going to come up and hit better than what they have.
I think he had a pretty decent
he's got a
ERA last year.
He's got a 1,000 OPS right now.
Yeah.
I know it's AAA. I can't deal with an automatic out in my lineup, and I couldn't deal with it at all when they had all the injuries surrounding those guys. It's a little easier to handle when everybody's healthy. But I don't see why, unless Luis Campusano is just so bad that he can't, if that's the case, then maybe trade him away and move on. Bring somebody in that you're happy with.
How much are you worried about defense, though? Because I think that's the big thing with Luis Campusano.
Martin Maldonado has had a few pass balls and kicked the ball. He has not been Johnny Bench back there. Yeah. He's past his prime as a defensive catcher.
But he's handling those pitchers that have led to a number one ERA.
Which is really hard to quantify, isn't it? Because if Michael King and Nick Pivetta weren't pitching this well, the catchers wouldn't be getting so much credit.
But Schilte, like Ben said, that's it for him. That's all he cares about. And
how can we quantify that? We don't know what he's actually looking for.
But he does.
And Braden, I think Luis Campusano is a mystery. I understand that they may not trust him behind the plate, but you had Mason McCoy with 4 bent fingers still on your roster, and you won't bring up Luis Campusano at least to be a pinch hitter, a right-handed hitter off the bench, a designated hitter occasionally. I don't care if he never catches. How is a guy who has over 1,000, set 6 home runs in the minor leagues, now hit a home run off Clayton Kershaw on a rehab assignment. He is mashing the ball and you don't think he has some place on a team that really has no offense from the last 4 or 5 guys on the roster right now? What's going on with Campy? That's a mystery.
Well, I think, and I think that says a lot about Campusano and other facets, obviously. I mean, if he's doing so well down in AAA and he's hitting the ball so well and you're getting absolutely no production out of your catching position, yet they still continue to not bring him up, what's the underlying situation that you don't see on a stat sheet that maybe involves clubhouse or maybe a disagreement on something? I mean, I think it tells you more about Luis Campusano than anything else. But as Chris mentioned, if that was a severe case, then why is he still part of the organization? I think, for Campusano, it just seems like from at least the last couple of years, not a lot of pitchers like throwing to him compared to the other ones. It doesn't really sound like Luis Campusano is one of those guys that fits the mold of what Mike Schilt wants in a catcher. And if your manager doesn't want his type of play as a catching position, then I think it's kind of hard to try to fit him into the team just because he's hitting really well in El Paso. But that being said, like you mentioned with Mason McCoy being like banged up, guys, Edward Scissorhands over there, you would think they would bring up Campusano at least to be a DH rep during this injury-prone time. So to me, the fact that they didn't bring him up during the last week and a half when they had the El Paso Chihuahuas and then Bogarts, Machado, and Tatis, I think is a very glaring sense of what they think about Luis Campusano.
And to be clear, has anyone here heard anything like bad about Luis Campusano? I have not. And I've
heard grumblings that he gives off a lazy vibe. That doesn't mean that
fans grumble sometimes.
I think I've heard that a little in the organization, but I don't necessarily think he's lazy. I think he's worked his butt off to try to be a better catcher. He's only going to be as good as he can be. He's not going to be Benito Santiago defensively. Where do you go ahead?
No, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm not trying to ignore you. I promise that.
Go ahead.
We're missing something though, because in 2022, when they went to the playoffs, he didn't make an appearance once, and
that was with a different manager too.
And that was with a different manager. That was and they had Austin Nola at the time. So
talking about Alfaro.
I am talking about Alfaro. Yeah. All right. Well, that was not worth me interrupting Chris for, so I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. You should have. You should have.
I was like, I don't remember that.
And Paulie, you and Woods and I were talking about an interesting comparison during our show, and that was with Adrian Morejon, who has been in the organization even longer than Luis Campusano, was thought of at times as perhaps a bust and was not going to reach his potential. And the Padres remained patient with him. Yep. And now finally, Adrian Morejon has turned into a very productive member of the team. Is it possible that Luis Campusano still has that in his future? He's just like some guys taking a little bit longer to get there than others.
Yeah, of course, anything's possible. I don't know that it's a great comparison in the sense that it feels like, without looking at the numbers, Morejon got a lot of chances, but he got chances to figure it out at the big league level. Now, Campy's had those opportunities too, but when you send a position player down to AAA, it's a lot more beneficial with those stadiums and the ball flight and everything. Like, you can get some good numbers going at the dish offensively, whereas it's kind of a nightmare for pitchers to go throw in the PCL. I think for me, honestly, I'm at the point where the best case scenario for Luis Campusano and for the organization is probably going to be he rakes at AAA for another 2 weeks, and you look at maybe moving him. Maybe a team says, ooh, there's something there. We can fix this. We can work with that. I think that's probably the best outcome of all of it, because I think the Padres are pretty set with Maldonado and Diaz behind the plate for this year. The Ethan Salas experience is coming to Petco Park soon. Not this year. Honestly, maybe next year. Who knows? Depending on what happens, who they sign in the offseason, a veteran on a 1-year deal or something like that. But they're really just trying to bridge the gap until Ethan Salas is your everyday starter. Now, we don't know. He could completely not meet our expectations when that day comes. Still a long time to go before that. But he's going to get his opportunity, and he's going to get his opportunity sooner rather than later.
He's your unicorn right there. That's what you're waiting for. I mean, because you can't find those guys on the open market. Everybody that has one of those catchers has them locked up for a long time and is not parting ways with them. So You just kind of have to wait for Ethan Salas to come about if you want to get, I think, production and a defensive glove. And it sounds like from some of the scouts, it's just they're waiting for his bat to come around because they're really pleased with what he's doing defensively behind the plate.
Well, we said it this week too, Benny. Like his glove plays this weekend at PNC Park. He could go back and catch. And how comfortable is Michael King and Dylan Cease going to be throwing to Ethan Salas? Watch him play. Watch how he handles himself behind the dish. Watch how he throws guys out. Watch all of those things that are important. He's not hitting and hasn't hit at all. So that he's hurt right now. He's on the IL right now. But like if defensively in a year he's gotten better and the hitting is still coming around, what are you missing? You have that in the guys you have now. They're just 15 years older than Ethan Salas. A younger version of what you have now and better.
Well, and it's also just the way the game is today. Like Skraby was saying a few minutes ago, like they are so few and far between that you can have an elite defensive catcher that also rakes at the plate. Those are just so few and far between. The game has changed, and if the coaching staff, if Mike Schilt is happy with how they handle the pitching staff, how do they do defensively? If Ethan Salas comes up and he's an all-star defensively and he's hitting 215, 220, that's pretty run-of-the-mill right now in baseball at the catcher position. We watched Austin Hedges for like 6 years here, okay? Like
he still makes $4 million a year.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point.
I just want to finish this, or maybe we're not finished, but my bow on the Luis Camposano is that I made the worst prediction of all time in the offseason.
Oh, no.
And I predicted he'd be on the All-Star team. But I didn't say which All-Star team.
PCL All-Star
Hey,
team.
true.
He could very well make the PCL All-Star team.
You're not wrong.
So I just want to...
Probably the front runner right now.
Yeah, right. I want to clear that up.
And just to add one last thing is we often forget as fans, the logistics of running a baseball team requires that you have a dozen catchers in the minor leagues at different levels. You can't simply trade them all away. You have to have bodies down there.
Yep.
And they already traded Brett Sullivan to get Bryce Johnson back because they didn't have bodies in the minor leagues in the outfield to get
You never
him
saw
back.
Bryce Johnson
He
up
still
either.
has a pulse, right?
I think he's there. I think he's there simply because they needed someone to play outfield at AAA.
Exactly,
At this point. And you need people to catch at AAA with Ethan Salas out. You have Brandon Valenzuela. Couldn't name you another catcher in the organization beyond those guys right now. You need bodies in the minor leagues. What they really think of Luis Camposano, though, remains a bit of a mystery in the Padres organization. All right, while we're talking about the minor leagues, huge week for Leodalis DeVries, who is killing it right now in high single A at Fort Wayne in the Midwest League. He's the youngest player in that league by far. He leads the league in OPS and slugging. I don't see him coming up to the Padres anytime soon, so I'm not going to put that on the table, but let me start with Matt down on the end. How would you map out this 18-year-old's future if you were A.J. Preller and the San Diego Padres based on what you've seen so far?
That is a great question. By the way, my favorite DM is, when are they going to bring up DeVries? And my response is 2027 because he needs time. Don't just force him into the major leagues because he's tearing up high A. And since I didn't play professional baseball, I have to go off of what the experts say, Tony, and he says high A is much different than the major league. So let's see. I would map it out like this. If he continues to improve, you just have him go through the progressions that are normal and natural. Go to AA, go to AAA, and then go to the major leagues, because we saw C.J. Abrams. He got brought up a little too early, and then they had to send him back down when the Padres, I think it was that the 2022 season? Yes, because that was the Juan Soto year. But I would just map it out in a normal way. Don't shoehorn him into the major league roster when you don't need it. Let him develop. He's 18. Kyle Glazer told us last week, he's 18. He has plenty of time to produce for the Padres.
Braden, we've seen the Padres be very aggressive, though, with a 19-year-old Jackson Merrill, 20-year-old Jackson Merrill, promoting him, getting him to the major leagues. How would you handle DeVries in the minors?
How I would handle him is a lot different than how the Padres would handle him. Now, how I think the Padres might handle him, I would not be surprised, and maybe this is a bold prediction, I would not be surprised as soon as he goes to AA, which might be sooner rather than later, if he hits for a consistent period of time, whether it be a couple of weeks or whatever it is, over 280 in AA, I would not be surprised if he is up with the big league club as soon as possible, if he can achieve that feat. It sounds like they have high expectations for him, and the way the Padres like to push players through the organization, it would not be shocking to me. The way that they handled Jackson Merrill, I would not pull him up this year at all and let him play out an entire season. But you know what? The way things are going for organizations, this is what you're going to see. I think it fits the mold a little bit for your contracts to have this guy up and kind of offset some of the play of some of your big league guys that are making a lot of money. But for DeVries, I read a report today. Kylie McDaniel put out his minor league rankings for everybody. The Padres got 26th best farm system in baseball. But he said about DeVries, he said, not only is he the same age of every high schooler coming out into the draft this year, he would be the number one pick, and he said it wouldn't even be particularly close. He would be that great of a player in this year's draft. And so the Padres have a phenom in their possession coming up through the ranks. So my prediction is as soon as he hits a clip where he's consistently hitting 280 in Double-A, I think he's up on the major league team as quickly as possible.
I don't know about that, Woods. We talked about it this week. I wouldn't be surprised if the Padres promoted him aggressively to Double-A because I think they like to see what those guys can do against. And there's quite a bit better pitching, from what I understand, at Double-A, even compared to high A ball. You've got guys who are almost major league ready for teams pitching at Double-A. So I wouldn't be surprised if they saw it. I would be shocked if Leo DeVries got up to the big leagues, mostly because the Padres are a contender. And if they were out of it, yeah, he might be a fun sideshow in August and September. Bring him up, sell some tickets, give the fans a look at this kid, give him a taste of the big leagues. What can we do? What's going to hurt him? He's not at 18 years old. He's not going to be able to jump into the heat of a pennant race later this year and be expected to contribute in any meaningful way.
No, it's got the greatest nickname though. El Mutante is
that is a great nickname.
Perfect nickname. The Mutant. I really, really love watching his little highlight reels. What you don't see is the low light reels, right? You only see the good stuff, and he's kicked it around a little bit, as shortstops tend to do when they're in Single A. That will need to be cleaned up, but he will be the guy, in my opinion, that moves Xander Bogaerts to second or first eventually. I do think he is a cornerstone of the future of this team for sure. He is, from what I understand, brimming with confidence, brimming with ability. Can he keep his head straight? Can he keep doing the work and advancing at the next level and improving his game? If he does, the ceiling for him is limitless. It's like he's got that kind of Lindor thing that Francisco Lindor has. He just has the look. He's got the look, and he certainly has the talent. I would say Skraby's probably right, like 27. But again, the road of prospects is littered with failure. There have been so many can't-miss guys that have missed. And my gut tells me it won't, but, man, I've seen it before. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but keep winning. Keep winning at Single A, and then try to win at Double A. And then you get the call up, and now it's the next level, the ultimate level for Leo. But I love the kid, man. I think he's really special.
Chris, he's mature well above his years, too, on top of that.
Chris, you're always good at not getting ahead of things. I think you have a good perspective sometimes, but
you also hate prospects.
Well, I know, but I don't.
Who are you guys talking about?
Some guy that Chris wants to trade at the deadline.
I don't think it would be a surprise. The way he's hitting right now, given his age, advanced level already, and his other guys are promoted in the big leagues, that Leo could be number one on prospect lists by the end of this year, like around Major League Baseball. He could be the number one overall prospect in the big leagues.
Well, it's Ethan Holiday right now, so it's going to be hard to push any of those Holiday boys out of the prospect.
Let's look at this a little bit from just a different perspective for fun. And I think Braden kind of touched on this and got me heading in this direction. I am old school, but I remember Robin Yount. He was a shortstop in the major leagues at 18. I imagine it went rough for him. I don't remember. He ended up in the Hall of Fame. It worked out okay in the end for Robin Yount. Now it's been a while. I understand that we treat all these young people with kid gloves now. And the notion is if they come up and fail, we'll have to send them back and their confidence will be ruined and shot forever. Well, isn't that changing a little bit? In the NFL, kids come out of college, they go right into the starting lineup as quarterbacks. That never used to happen before. Phillip Rivers, Patrick Mahomes, they all sat behind people. What is the harm in bringing this guy up? And you say in the middle of a race, yeah, maybe he's too young to know any better. Maybe he has a little beginner's luck. It takes them a while to figure him out rather than him having to figure them out. I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility to give it a shot. And if it doesn't work, send him back to the minor leagues. Jackson Holiday went back down last year. He's come back this year. He's much improved. We're so careful. And I don't know that we always have to be that careful. I'm just throwing out a little different perspective on it.
All right, it's our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable. It is brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is pizza royalty. And as we hit the halfway mark, it is time for our Roundtable Draft. And a question that we actually brought up on our show today, with the Giants in town, I thought it was kind of relevant. I think we all agree, as a Padres fan base, Dodgers are our number one most hated team, biggest rival for the San Diego Padres. So, as we do our draft today, and we're going to go in reverse last name alphabetical order. So it's Woods, Suprenant, Skraby, Reindl, Higgins, Ello. After the Dodgers.
I think you've gone in this order.
Have I done it before?
No, not in last name.
All right.
I think it was age.
After the Dodgers.
Oh, that was age. I went last on that one.
That's
too.
right.
Yeah.
After the Dodgers, which team should Padres fans either consider the biggest rival or just dislike the most beyond the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Not what we think.
Woods, we heard your answer on our show today, so I'll let you go first. You've got it. The floor to take your hated team in purple if you want.
Yeah, the Colorado Rockies, man. The Colorado Rockies, multitude of reasons. They're just a thorn in this team's side, and we got to go play in Denver next week. Not looking forward to that even a little bit. I've seen too much of them. I know it's balanced, like Paulie said, but I feel like we play them 50 times a year. They really play their best baseball. I know they didn't earlier, but they really feels like they play their best baseball against the Padres. And you really want to win every one of those games against those guys. So for me, it's the Rockies. I hate them, and I hope they.
The joke going around this year is that this year's version of the Rockies is much like Matt Holliday. They never touch home plate. Yeah.
Haven't against the Padres yet in 3 games this season. Braden, all right, Rockies are off the board. Who's the number 2 disliked rival for San Diego Padres fans beyond the Dodgers?
Okay, so for the Padres fans, not just for my personal hatred.
You're personal.
I personally hate the Cubs, but I wouldn't add them on those lists.
I don't know. I thought that was not a bad answer.
I think it's the easy path to take the division. Other division teams. I'm going with the Phillies.
Okay.
Because I don't know, maybe during my lifetime it's been like I feel like the Padres never beat the Phillies. I feel when we go to Citizens Bank Park, it is a nightmare situation. I think back to the 2010 season where the Padres lost 10 straight games in August and ended up losing the division lead and then eventually losing out to the Giants for the final spot in the playoffs that led to the Giants winning 3 out of the 6 World Series or 3 World Series in 6 years, which started with a 4-game sweep at home to the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't know why we can't beat that team, but that team drives me insane, and you're going to have to deal with the Phillies at some point in time, I think, this season. So I'm going with Philadelphia as a team Padres fans should hate.
I do think a little playoff history helps with a rivalry, and the Padres do have playoff experience with the Philadelphia Phillies. Matt Skraby, you're next up in our draft. Who's the number 2 rival to the Padres?
I want to say Giants, but I'm not going to say Giants. I'm going to say this is going to be
off from the Bay Area.
Well, yeah. I mean, I grew up going to Giants games, but you know what? I'll just say Giants because I'm going to trash the Giants fans for a second.
Nice.
They are being on this side of things. They are really annoying, and they say worse.
That's what I said this morning.
Similar to 49er fans, I would say.
It's not even the team. I don't like the fans.
Dude, apparently we had a World Series this week. I didn't realize.
That is what, when Wood said that earlier, I was like, the Giants fans really say that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, that is a dumb comment. And I know a lot of Giants fans. I talk to them all the time. They respect the Padres. They're not those people. But the Giants fans online, they are brutal, almost as brutal as Dodgers fans on Twitter. So I will stay in the division and go Giants.
I think, back in like the 2000s with Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent, the Giants were easy to hate. harder to hate with Boch and Flan up there, even when they were winning World Series.
Padres
Now
were beating them when they were winning the World
they
Series.
did.
Too.
But now it's like I don't even like the players on their team. They're not likable. They're not hateable. They're just
kind of there.
They're players.
I actually like
Chapman?
I love Matt Chapman, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
seriously.
on their
I like
team
Willie
for the
Adames.
most part.
I like Jung Ho Lee.
They used
Like,
to have guys like Madison Bumgarner you get upset about, but it's like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of cool.
Yeah,
I guess.
those guys.
I'm having trouble forming an opinion on the Giants, other than they look decent.
Ryan Walker's a
So
Washington
far this
State Cougar. I
season.
mean,
So I don't know. Paulie, who was your pick for the second
we saved
rival?
you the Mariners, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
natural rival.
I said it this morning on the show. I think it's kind of a silly question because I think it's just so manufactured in that anybody other than the Dodgers is the wrong answer.
or everybody. Like anybody we're playing. Like,
Right.
That's,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
who I
Same,
hate.
same
that
idea.
we-
Like we hate the Dodgers. We hate their fans. Their fans hate us. It is reciprocal. We are rivals geographically in the division and on the field. It gets chippy when those two teams face. And I think that's, to me, when I hear the word rivalry, I think chippiness.
Yeah.
And I think intensity on the field. The games are just, you are locked in. I don't feel that with the Giants. I don't feel it with the Diamondbacks. I don't feel it with the Cubs, the Phillies, the Braves. I'll just go, it's probably recency bias, but again, it's kind of a throwaway answer here. I'll say the Washington Nationals because we've had so many weird games with weird moments on the field,
Yeah, I
by
want
the
those
way,
guys. Yeah.
over the last couple of years
I
where
want
I'm
those
like,
guys.
it's kind of like, who do they think they are?
Careful.
That's a great one. That's a
Hey,
great
That's a
one.
good one.
You know, you could just say whatever team Jesse Winker's on.
That's
That's
true.
true.
That's
The Mets.
true.
Mets. Give
Yeah.
a similar answer.
New York Mets.
But like, you know, the Diamondbacks, like we don't get, there's no bench clearing brawls or guys yapping at each other really, even though it's within the division. Every divisional opponent is equally as important to win. So for the rivalry, I guess I'll just throw out the Nationals.
They've been some good ones, man.
All right,
Against the
I've
Nats.
got the second to
You
last.
get the history with the trade. They're always going to link those two
Yeah.
teams together
James
now
Wood, yeah.
with the Juan Soto trade. So I'll go with the
I've got the second to last pick, and I talked about the Cubs as Braden brought up during the show today. But since they haven't been selected, despite what Paulie said, I think the Diamondbacks are pretty easy to hate sometimes, especially because there's so many Arizonans who just come here all summer long and bring
That's
their,
right.
just this random Diamondbacksiness, to San Diego during the summers.
Especially on Interstate 8 over here going to the
And
beach.
I hate that they have a World Series that they can hold over our heads. Like, really? You got one that fast?
Yep.
We've been waiting for close to 60 years now to try to win one. And you've got one in season number 1, 2, 3, 4. You got one in your 4th season. That's just annoying.
You've been there twice since we've been
Bob
there.
Brenly still works for that
Yes,
team in the
Bob
broadcast
Brenly.
booth, and he's definitely one of the
It's
least.
tough because you're
like
looking at a
figures.
bigger sample size, but I'm looking at the team today.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Corbin Carroll's pretty likable. Zach
Yeah,
Gallen,
but-
I don't hate
Yeah,
him.
this team
I like
is
Torey Lavu.
Ben's onto this though because
Yeah.
every team lines up to hate the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
And Brenly is in the broadcast booth, but it seems like he's still on the
It
field
does.
ordering pitchers to throw at
It
hitters
does.
Yeah.
and whining about the fact that
Mike
Ben
Cheney.
Davis laid down a bunt. It'll never go away.
Snot and Storcher ripping on the
Oh, yeah.
Padres on
Yep.
Phoenix Radio or whatever their show is called. So I honestly do think that the Diamondbacks are probably the number 2 after the Dodgers, at least for me, as Padres rival / team for the fan base to hate.
I give
Chris?
Ben an A grade for his draft.
Good job,
Thank you.
Ben.
Round one
It's good. When
draft.
you have a late pick, it's hard to get
That's right.
a high grade, but I stole one.
Yeah, I don't. There's nobody left, so I will have to take. Since I'm not stealing
The
anyone
Angels.
at this point. No, the Angels are. I have to call it a tie between the '84 Tigers and the '98 Yankees.
Yeah.
Yankees.
They took
I'd
our-
rather the Yankees today.
They took our World Series from us. They were great teams. There's nothing left to choose, honestly.
I
don't
think the Yankees can be every team's
Yeah.
other. It's Dodgers and Yankees. I mean, if you're an American League team, you hate the Yankees, and if you're a National League team, you hate the Dodgers, and might as well have a little crossover as well. Padres are heading, of course, to the Bronx on this road trip and making that every other year visit to face a New York team that doesn't. I mean, Aaron Judge is very likable, right?
He's
It's-
so
we all-
he's so likable that Michael King said yesterday, it's going to be hard for me to not giggle against all the players I'm playing against. And they asked him, well, which player is going to make you laugh the most? He said, oh, definitely Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to keep a straight face with Judge. And then he said, if Rizzo was still on the team, it'd be Rizzo, but probably Judge.
All right, it's our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It really is pizza royalty. And talking about the upcoming road trip for the Padres, longest one of the season so far. 3 cities, 10 days, 9 games. Now, 2 are against 2 of the 3 worst records in the league right now, the Pirates and the Rockies. And then you got the best record, I believe, in the American League right in the middle with the New York Yankees. So I will start in the middle with Paul. What would you consider a successful upcoming road trip for the San Diego Padres? What are you looking for here?
I'm doing math really quick in my head, which is not my strong suit.
Never do math on the air.
I think you 5-5, honestly, and I know
Not
it's
only
too many
9
games,
but
Too many games.
5 and 4 would be a miracle.
5 and 4.
Get you guys out of the segments on time.
All right, 5 and 4. I'll take 5 and 4. I told you I'm not. I literally said math is not my
Doing
strong
math
suit.
might be the worst.
Did warn us.
Bad idea.
I just told you. No, I mean, without looking at pitching matchups and how it all is going to play out. I mean, I think if you can win 1 out of 3 in New York, you're feeling pretty good. And then you got 6 games against the Pirates and the Rockies. I mean, anything less than 4-2 would be unacceptable.
All right. Padres have struggled on the road, though, Woods.
Yeah.
So far this season, they've definitely not played their best ball away from Petco Park. Is just a winning record, even by 1 game, good enough for you?
I mean, I got to stick with that. It's been kind of the mantra, play really well at home and 500-ish on the road. I don't know, man. Against 6 games against a couple of teams that you should handle 2 out of 3. Yeah, I would go a little bit higher. I would say more of a 6-3 would be pretty rad if they could get home with that. You can't come home with a losing road trip though with those teams. You can't.
I know you missing Paul Skeens again. By the way,
you're missing Skeens.
Yeah.
Great.
What are the odds that in 2 seasons you miss a starting pitcher over the course of
3 straight series,
12 games?
I mean, I don't know if they'll get him the last one, but 3. They was all 6 last year. They missed him, and now the first 3 this year.
Tarek Skubal this year. Catching a few breaks on these.
But I know, Chris, you can never expect a sweep, especially on the road. That's asking a lot. But one of Pittsburgh or Colorado, maybe you get all 3, get 2 in the other place, and then hopefully grab 1 against the Yankees. That gets you to 6-3 right there. That would be a solid road trip if you can do it.
Yeah, the Rockies have played 10 series this year. They've been swept 5 times.
Wow.
So I think the Padres should and can sweep them despite what history says.
It's a 50% sweep rate.
Yeah, thank you, Scraby.
More math on
I
the
could
air.
go
You
for
sure about
confirmation to
I don't
Paul
know,
on that
actually.
math question, but
I'm just happy I have my bad math brother over here.
So, I mean, the Rockies are
said
so
10
sweepable
days.
this year that I think you can think sweep. And you go 3-3. That would give me 6-3. I'm home 11-10 on the road, and I'd be much happier and feel more content. So I want 6-3.
And Braden, of course, we're anticipating that the Padres will get Jackson Merrill and Brandon Lockridge back early on in this trip. With Jackson Merrill and Luis Arraez in the lineup, the Padres have looked really, really good so far this year. That's got to be added into the equation for this trip as well.
Yeah, it does. I'm going to go with what Paul said at 5-4, and maybe it's just recency bias for the last couple of years. I just feel like the Padres struggle at PNC Park. I mean, for some reason, the Pirates get the better of them there, but they're just not playing really good baseball. So you hope to take 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh, and you hope to take 2 out of 3 from the Rockies. I think asking for a sweep, even as bad as the Rockies are, is always tough to ask of your team, especially on the road. So I got about 5-4. You go 1-2 against the Yankees. You go 2 out of 3 against Pittsburgh. 2 out of 3 against Colorado. I would consider that a successful road trip. I would love 6-3. I would love more than that. But if they come back 5-4, I'm not going to be freaking out, if that makes sense.
I agree with you that it's hard to go into a series and say we need a sweep, but you always take each game one at a time. And it's just hard to believe you can lose any of those games to the Rockies.
Yeah. How
one
many
at
of those-
a time.
how
You
many
can't
of
win
those-
them all 3 at the same time.
How many of those? Well, I know you pay attention to the Rockies a lot, Chris. How many of those sweeps have happened at Coors?
I think they've been swept 3 times at home, or twice at home, 3 times on the road.
Okay.
They're equal opportunity so far.
Those games are always just no
They're
lead
just
to save.
nightmares, man.
No lead to
Nightmares.
save.
This year it's so weird though. They won finally a game yesterday, 2-1
2-1
at Coors Field.
Yeah.
They
Beat Chris Sale,
really,
by the way.
They really aren't scoring.
Yeah.
Must have been
even
a
at
getaway
home.
day.
Yeah.
Getaway day.
The problem with 5-4, and Matt, I'll let you give your thoughts on the road trip as well. It feels like you're losing ground to the Dodgers now. They're hot. They've outscored their opponents by 51 the last 5 games or something like that.
They got Atlanta this weekend.
Atlanta is playing a little bit better than they were, but they're still below 500. And then they go back to Miami to face more of the Marlins. God. I mean, you go 5-4, you're probably now 4 or 5 games out of first place when you get back home to Petco Park after this road trip. They're hard to keep pace with right now, Matt.
Yes, they are. I'm going to go 6-3. For the Skraby show tonight, I'm going to do a little research and see how they've been playing at PNC Park, because I too feel like that. I remember being on a post game in 2021 when Blake Snell didn't. It was the longest 9-inning game. I remember that. Life.
Yeah, it was rough.
There was like 20 walks and
it's a day game, right?
I don't.
Day game.
No, it was a night game.
Are you sure? I remember him throwing like 116 pitches.
Day game that turned into a night.
It was the Ben and Woods Open.
Okay,
Ben and Woods Open. That's right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was brutal.
Day-night doubleheader, all in one game.
But I feel like they're good enough now that they can win 2 games in each of these series, and then the Rockies. They've exercised the demons. I'm not worried about the Rockies anymore.
Ooh, oh God, it's the dumbest thing you can say with a microphone in your hand. Oh my God.
That is not wood.
We all know we can blame that.
It happens all the time anyway.
In Colorado. They get the Halo.
I just
gave Woods an anxiety. That's a knock on Formica, I believe.
Padres will need a 5th starter at some point on this trip. Chris, how do you think they should handle it? Now they could wait until next Tuesday, but that would be against the Yankees, or they could push Nick Pivetta back to Monday and use a 5th starter on Sunday. Do they bring Kyle Hart right back, or do they go with Ryan Bergert, who's already in their pen right now, and more of a bullpen day? Do you call Omar Cruz back up? What do you think the Padres are going to do now about the 5th starter that they didn't need the last trip and a half through the rotation?
Yeah, my hotline to Mike Schilt again is not working.
I have one, and he won't tell us tomorrow.
Right, I know. That's what I mean. I pick it up, but he doesn't pick up on his end. I like what you're saying about moving Pivetta back.
I do too.
And going Pivetta King in the first 2 games at Yankee Stadium. It makes 100%. A whole lot more sense.
Your Pivetta King cease,
right? Get them all. Put them all in there. Let the lesser guys face the Pirates and the Rockies. That seems simple, but I know that Mike is probably not keen on that because he likes to keep everybody on their regular rotation. As far as who you bring up, I mean, if you're going to play in Pittsburgh on a Sunday with Kyle Hart, I would take that over a bullpen day. I just think it messes with everybody too much.
Do you want to see Kyle Hart back, Woods, right away, or are you looking at different options right now?
I don't know how he's done since he's been down. Don't know what the work, how it's looked, or if it even really matters. I think Stephen Kolek may deserve a shot at some point too. You kept him around for a reason. I really don't know. It does seem like you're in kind of need of a better 5th starter than what you have right now. I mean, look, man, you saw the Dodgers go to a couple bullpen games early, and against the Cubs, and they did it against the Marlins. It's been successful for them. Our bullpen is so good. I would hate to throw a monkey wrench into any routine that they may have established right now, but there's a few guys you haven't used in days, really. So why not give it a shot?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I go the other way. I mean, you've got such a good pen. You've had Wandy Peralta and Yuki Matsui who've performed really well, but rarely actually get into games. There's no crime in doing a bullpen day every once in a while. Get your best pitchers out on the field for a few innings. Your high leverage guys are going to come through. If you can win a game with Wandy and an inning or 2 of Bergert and an inning of a plus of Matsui, and get Morgan out there against the Pirates on a Sunday. Yeah. Hey, I mean, that's the best. I think that's the best possible scenario, Braden, that you could come up with if you're the Padres.
All right. So if you have, so like if we didn't have an off day today, King would be set to pitch on Monday, right?
Yes.
That would be the
Pivetta will go Sunday. King would go Monday.
Right.
With the current 4-man rotation.
With the current 4-man.
And on regular rest.
I feel like you don't have to add the 5th guy until
Tuesday.
Colorado.
You'd have to add him on Tuesday because you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Someone needs to pitch Tuesday because it can't be Randy Vasquez. It can't be Dylan Cease on 3 days rest on Tuesday.
It'd be 3 days.
He does really well on 3 days.
We've seen that.
Okay, so it'd have to be on
Tuesday's the latest possible time you'll need a 5th starter.
All right. Well, I'd rather push Pivetta back a day and throw somebody on Sunday. Like Wood said, I wouldn't be like opposed to having this now be Kolik's time to the rotation. Let Hart work in AAA, and then later, because you're going to mix all three of those guys eventually. Again, you're going to get Yu Darvish back hopefully by the end of May, maybe early part of June. And when you get to June, that is when the gauntlet starts for your opponents. So I like the Pivetta, King, Cease at Yankee Stadium a little bit better. The thing is, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, all of these opponents are relatively the same in terms of like getting wins. But like, you know, to punt on day one with a Hart or a Kolik at Yankee Stadium and the bandbox they play in and the way they're hitting the ball out of the yard, I mean, especially with just the way Hart pitches, if he misses, that ball's not only leaving Yankee Stadium, it is leaving the Bronx.
Well, but what about Colorado? You can't throw Kyle Hart in Colorado.
Yes, you can. I think you can because I'm not afraid of them. And you know what? If you let Kyle Hart die at Coors Field,
I'm off the hook now.
If you let Kyle Hart die at Coors Field, like, I mean,
you wouldn't be the first.
You know what? Like, so what's like if you pitch Kyle Hart at Coors Field, it gives up like 8 runs in 2 innings. With the lineup the Padres have, they could get 8 runs back in the next inning with the way that
you're going 12-1 against that team this year. Woods.
I would rather
12-1.
Oh, I would rather get into. I would rather get into a slugfest with the Rockies at Coors Field than a slugfest with the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. So even though it's kind of maybe it's a little nostalgia thing, like let's get after the Yankees because at the end of the day it doesn't really matter. You know, those games don't count more than the other games do. But I think it'd be more fun for us to go after who could be your challenger in the World Series if you want to get that far in the New York Yankees and go 1-2-3 against those guys and see what you got. I think it'd be great cinema.
Also, let's give the Padres some credit because the reason they didn't go with Kyle Hart wasn't simply to get their best pitchers on the field, but they looked at a Giants lineup that was very right-handed heavy and said it just doesn't make a lot of sense for us to throw Kyle Hart against this team when we would have Michael King on more than enough rest to go in this game.
Very fly ball heavy too.
You know, they may look at the numbers of the Pirates lineup, the Yankees lineup, the Rockies lineup, and then determine who they think is the best matchup. It may be Hart. It may be another guy from the minor leagues. It may be a bullpen day. Maybe you do it on Tuesday. Maybe you do it on Sunday. You don't hear that much about the Padres getting into the numbers like some other teams do, but they do it. They quietly
clearly did it this week.
Absolutely,
they clearly did it this week.
Unlike JJ Redick, who obviously doesn't talk to his assistant coaches.
Oh man, that was rough.
I do think Mike Schilt talks to his assistants and gets input from everybody.
Why would you infer that?
No 7th inning stretch today, huh?
Ran out of time.
I didn't actually come up with a question. I thought Chris was hosting, so you got a 7th inning stretch question today.
I never got to use mine last week.
They talked
right through the 7th inning.
We already did it on our show. What's your favorite opening song lyric in all of rock music? Anybody? Chris, you got one?
Todd Rundgren, "Hello, It's Me." I don't know why that popped into my head.
That was the first thing that popped in your head?
You're asking the wrong
Maddie?
guy.
No, not you. Braden?
No.
I was the only one that came up with an answer. You can't make fun of my answer.
We did ours. Oh, yours was good. Yours is good.
Well, I guess it was just the fact that I don't want to work. I just want to bang on my drums like this. And I didn't come up with a 7th inning stretch question for us today. All right, Padres head to Pittsburgh, New York, the Bronx.
By the way, I think they should go with a bullpen day.
Thank you. Oh, did I not get you, Paulie?
Special guest on the round table.
Only the second or third time. It's all good.
It's like
I got thoughts on Xander Bogaerts too that you missed. If you want to go back.
A theme.
If that's the case, just you should co-host my show because that's all anybody wants to talk about on my show is Xander Bogaerts.
Paulie, you got the floor for the last 60 seconds.
All right, Paulie, take us home.
Go
last minute. Here we go.
Where to begin? Where to begin? No, I agree. I think just real quickly on the Kyle Hart stuff, I think Woods and Ello both kind of agreed that you kind of talked like a bullpen day is more of a pessimistic outlook. Like what are you going to throw a wrench into the bullpen that's been doing so well? I look at it as they've done so well. Why not go with a bullpen day? That's all I have to say.
I need a sign y'all hold up that says I already answered this question or I haven't answered this question yet.
You're right. The all-you-can-eat steak buffet.
Yeah,
you turn your marker over when you're done.
Fogo de Cham, your little card. I think that does it for us on this week's edition of the 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable is brought to you by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. It is pizza royalty. We'll all be back together next Thursday. Hopefully the Padres will be in the midst of a very successful road trip. For Matt Skraby, Stephen Woods, Paul Reindl, Braden Soprenin, and Chris Ello, I'm Ben Higgins. Have a great rest of your day from all of us here at San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. So long, everybody.